The Phillies return to Citizens Bank Park for the first homestand of August. The dog days of summer have the home team looking for much-needed offense and searching for an answer to their South Philly woes. Those tasks are on the slate for the next 7 days and look to be answered during an interleague visit by the Houston Astros. To be when the Phillies fans were rolling through the turnstiles here at Citizens Bank Park. They were coming to watch a ball club that was going to be dominant at home. Not so much this year, but that could change tonight when the Phils get set to take on the Astros in Game 1 of a 3-game series. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy. We'll be joined in just a little bit by Jamie Moyer and Greg Murphy. It's a gorgeous night for baseball and a great night to be at Citizens Bank Park, but the success rate for the Phils hasn't always carried over to the atmosphere. So far this season, the Phillies find themselves 22-33 here at Citizens Bank Park, 3 games under 500 on the road. And it's an amazing turnaround compared to past years. It's one of the reasons why the Phillies find themselves in the basement in the National League East. Now, one of the bright spots here in 2014, whether it be on the road or at home, has been the Phillies bullpen. But that bullpen has been roughed up a little bit over the last handful of weeks. And for more on that, let's turn things over to Murph and Jamie Moyer.
All right, thanks very much, Tom. Well, you look at these numbers, and you can see it has been up and down for the Phillies bullpen. From June 3rd to July the 12th, the ERA of 2.27, opponents batting under 200, and walks were manageable as well. But, Jamie, take a look at the last 18 games, an ERA of over 6.9, opponents batting 320, and walks almost up one more a game. And that is not the way you want to win the back end of the ball game. So what do these guys have to do to get back to those earlier numbers?
Well, getting back to those earlier numbers, they weren't walking anybody. The walks have to diminish. They also have to start to learn to deal with the failures and the lack of success that they're having on a consistent basis and make that learning curve really, really short and become forgetful of what happened yesterday and now start pitching for today.
You know, the word confidence we hear so much, especially when you talk about young guys in the Phillies bullpen, and I think that's part of it. Would you say it's more of a mental change that they need, or is it mechanical at this point?
I think at times it is a mechanical thing. We have seen guys where they get strike 1, strike 2, and then can't make that put-away pitch. Beyond that, yeah, it is dealing with the dog days, and we are getting into August, getting into September, and those are things that, for a lot of these guys, it's the first time they're doing this at the major league level.
Yeah, the one thing that they can reach back on is that they've done it before. They've done it this season. Hopefully they can get back to the form that we were watching earlier in the month of June and early July. All right, for Jamie Moyer, I'm Greg Murphy. Tom, let's send it back up to the booth to you.
All right, Murph, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Here are the starting pitchers for tonight's ball game. Dallas Keuchel on the mound for the Astros, and Kyle Kendrick making his 23rd start. He also is looking to make himself a little bit better here at Citizens Bank Park. Those are the starting pitchers for tonight's game. Well, Marlon Byrd's been one of the best power hitters in baseball, in the National League at least, here in 2014. He has the second most hits in the National League since the All-Star break. Lineups and first pitch when we return. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. By Toyota, the annual clearance event is going on now. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank, introducing One Deposit Checking. Keeping things simple is helping you bank better. And by Independence Blue Cross, the most preferred health plan in the region. Independence Blue Cross, live fearless. After being on the road in New York and Washington, D.C., Kyle Kendrick is all warmed up and ready to go from the bullpen. He's just waiting in the dugout before the Phillies take the field. It's the first of a 3-game series against the American League Houston Astros. It's so strange to say that after all those years. They were in the National League for 51 years. Phillies didn't play them last season, but this interleague game tonight will feature the Phils and the Astros for the first time in a couple of years. There's Jose Altuve, one of the more exciting players that now we don't get a chance to see that often because the Astros are in the American League. We'll have to be reintroduced to a lot of the young players because, Jamie, quite honestly, they have young players that last time the Phillies faced the Astros, they weren't even in the organization.
Yeah, and you know what? It's really interesting just to kind of see what's happened to this organization, and I don't mean it in a detrimental way, but just what's happened, you know, them going to the American League, number one. But number two, they've kind of turned this whole organization over with some ownership and kind of gone in a new direction and really have taken the youth movement to the next level. And as you said, Tom, you know, not familiar with many of the names on this team makes it really interesting. But they're trying to develop from within and bring guys up and develop players through their organization.
And in a lot of ways, develop players on the big league level that may not be up with other organizations. Well, the Phillies have taken the field. That's Kyle Kendrick heading out to the mound. Let's take a look at the Astros starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Leading it off at second base, Jose Altuve. Robbie Grossman will bat second. Chris Carter hits third, followed by Jason Castro and Jonathan Singleton. Matt Dominguez, the third baseman, bats sixth. In the bottom third, Marisnick, Gonzalez, and Dallas Keuchel. And they will face Phillies right-hander Kyle Kendrick, who is 5-11 on the year with an earned run average of 4.92. He's making his 23rd start of the season. And I don't think in the years that Kyle's been with the Phils that we've had so much discussion about him in between starts trying to figure things out. A lot of people thought we were past that, but he is still at that point where he's trying to figure things out. Yeah,
he hasn't been consistent with his sinker. Early in spring training, or as he went through spring training, really started to utilize a curveball. Really thought that was going to be a nice pitch for him this season, and he's really kind of put it in his back pocket and forgotten about it, which I think it was a mistake on his behalf. I think initially he just didn't have a lot of confidence with it. So now he's back to being that 3-pitch pitcher, and he has to be so fine with those 3 pitches, and he hasn't been able to do that this year.
Well, it's time now for our Nissan keys to tonight's ball game. Speaking of Kyle Kendrick.
Well, tonight my key is for Kyle to reestablish his fastball command versus right-handed hitters. I can tell you just in the month of July, right-handed hitters are hitting .318 off of Kyle, and obviously that tells me that he's not getting many swings and misses. He's pitching behind in the count, and those are obviously he really needs to dominate the lefties, which I think he's done a pretty good job with, but now he may have put so much emphasis on the lefties. Now the right-handers are starting to take advantage of it.
Well, the first right-hander of the game is Jose Altuve, who will lead it off. Altuve hitting .339 with 4 home runs and 33 runs batted in. He's hit in 15 of his last 16 ball games. He was an all-star for the second time in his career. And the first pitch of the night and this series is just a bit low, so we're underway. Altuve is 1 for 2 lifetime against Kyle Kendrick. That one's over for a strike. It's 1-1. This has been a remarkable year for Altuve. As we mentioned, hitting .339. He's among the leaders not only in the American League, but also in Major League Baseball in batting average. On the outside corner, 1-2.
Well, he's really turned himself into a legitimate Major League Baseball player. And I think when he first came up, he's kind of a utility kind of guy. Really wasn't given that opportunity, and he forced his way into the lineup and done a fabulous job.
Pulls that one to third. Backing up on it is Ashe. He runs well, so you have to get it over there quickly. 1 out. So Altuve's retired. That's a good thing, because he has stolen 43 bases too. And that'll bring Robbie Grossman to the plate. The Astros acquired Grossman in a trade with the Pirates when they sent Wandy Rodriguez, who at the time was one of the Astros' top pitchers. They sent him to the Pirates for their stretch run. He's hitting just a .194. He's 0 for his last 9. And he hits that one off the end of the bat to shortstop. Rollins gobbles it up. Oh, nice start for the sinker baller Kyle Kendrick. There's Bo Porter in his second year as the skipper of the Astros. Last year he was 51 and 111. This year they're just 4 wins away from matching their total from a season ago, which I would think in anybody's eyes is a step in the right direction.
Well, that, and they're actually out of the basement in the American League West, which has got to be, you know, a giant step forward. Obviously they want to make those progressions forward, but you know, everything is looking up for these guys at this point.
Well, here's Chris Carter, who's hit in 4 straight games. He's hitting only .219, but he has 22 home runs and 53 runs batted in. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. The other thing about the Astros, and we'll probably tell you a lot of stories that you don't know because we haven't seen much of them. They strike out a lot. Bo Porter's team has struck out 971 times this year, which it sounds like a lot because it is the most in the American League. And this gentleman right here, Chris Carter, along with Jason Castro, have combined for 220 strikeouts between them.
Well, Kyle's velocity's up a little bit tonight as compared to his last several starts, so that's a plus. And hopefully with that being up, hopefully his location is where it needs to be, and so far he's getting 2 ground balls, which is exactly what Kyle needs to do. Force his defense into the game.
Change up that fades inside, 3-2. There is Castro. Now you can term him a veteran. Three balls, 2 strikes. And a high pop up right around the second base bag. Rollins says he has it. And the side is retired. It's an 11-pitch inning for Kyle Kendrick. Well, 3 straight starts where he hasn't allowed a first inning run. That is a step in the right direction. Astros. Let's take a look at the Phillies starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Ben Revere, Jimmy Rollins, and Chase Utley. Nothing different about that. Ryan Howard, Marlon Byrd, and Carlos Ruiz will make up the middle of the order. Darren Ruff is in left field. He'll bat 7th. I guess that's the big difference in this order tonight. Cody Ashley's at third base batting 8th, and batting 9th and pitching is Kendrick. And they'll face 26-year-old left-hander Dallas Keuchel, who's got 10 wins this year, a 2.97 ERA. He's got himself a pretty sharp-looking beard, too. This will be his 21st start. Jamie, he's not an overpowering guy whatsoever. He's got to be fine with his command in order to be successful.
He does, and he's been getting a lot of ground balls this year. If I'm not mistaken, he's got about 200 ground balls that he's served up. Only given up 7 home runs. In the upper 80s, a low 90s fastball, a change, a curve, a slider. But also, in some of the research I've done, he's got a curveball, but it doesn't register in opponents' batting average against. So I guess he's kind of put that pitch in his back pocket as well.
Well, the first batter he'll face is a guy that's been successful against lefties this year. That's Ben Revere, hitting .344. Takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Ben overall has his average at .302. He now has enough plate appearances to qualify, so he's in the top 10 in hitting in the National League. He's a chopper over the mound. It hits the lip of the grass, but Gonzalez throws him out, 1 away. Well, there's Big Ben up on the board. It's a country western night here at Citizens Bank Park on the heels of the Jason Aldean concert that was here this past weekend. You see a lot of cowboy hats, not only in the stands, but also on the board. There was an outstanding rendition of the national anthem that was performed tonight by Brian McKay, who is the midday host on the country station in Philadelphia, WXTU. Brian did a wonderful job. Jimmy Rollins takes low. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Rollins hitting .243 with 15 home runs, 49 runs batted in. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Hank Martin of Myerstown, Pennsylvania. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game, and Henry will win $300. That's not Hank Williams Jr. or Hank from Myerstown. That's J-Roll. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jimmy.
It does look like Keuchel has a lot of movement to his sinker. I watched him in his pregame warmups from above here, and a lot of movement. And from what we're seeing so far, he's got a lot of movement with his sinker, and it obviously explains the 200 and now 1 ground balls that he's been able to induce this season.
Phillies have faced him before. He went 5 1/3 scoreless in a start. That ball is pulled foul down the left field line, and it remains 2-2. Where is it? Where is it? There it is.
See, that slider almost looks like a curveball to me.
Maybe that's where it doesn't register. Because you're right, it's very slurvy.
Well, it was kind of loopy. It wasn't tight, short and tight. Had a lot of movement to it as well, almost like a curveball.
And a fastball called strike 3. A little element of surprise, I think, for Rollins. 2 outs here in the first. We'll take a look at tonight's current weather conditions, brought to you by Oliver Heating and Cooling. Visit oliverheatcool.com. Partly cloudy, 87 degrees. Quite humid today in Philadelphia. Well, here's Chase Utley. You know the numbers by now. 1 for 20 on the road trip. 0 for his last 16. No balls and 1 strike to Utley. His average is at .280, 9 home runs, 56 runs batted in. In fact, Utley and Howard come into tonight's ball game a combined 0 for their last 30. Part of the reason why the Phillies didn't win the last 2 games in Washington. Although, you know what? That second to last game in Washington, you would have needed more than Chase and Ryan to overcome what happened there. That one's pulled into the shift. Altuve comes charging in. So 2 ground ball outs and a strikeout for Dallas Keuchel. He sets the Phillies down in order in the first. We'll go to the second here in South Philadelphia. For a 4-game series, it starts out Friday night. That's the Toyota Roy Halladay bobble figurine, free to all fans. On Saturday, Charlie Manuel will be inducted into the Phillies Wall of Fame. Again, that's sponsored by Toyota. In fact, Toyota is sponsoring the entire weekend. You can purchase tickets by going to Phillies.com. We go to the second. Jason Castro will be the hitter. Castro's kind of putting it all together these last couple of years. For the Astros, injuries really plagued him his first few years. Former #1 pick. First round in 2010. He played in 120 games last year. That one served out to left. First chance for Darren Ruff. Well, that'll bring up former Phil's prospect Jonathan Singleton. Now, Jonathan is a big dude, and I don't know if he ever thought that he'd have himself an inside the park home run, Jamie.
Well, sometimes it takes something special to happen. Right there, the center fielder fell down, which allowed Singleton to scurry around the bases and turned it into a tough play. Originally, he was called out, but upon further review, he was called safe, and he had his first inside the park home run as a major league player.
That was Jordan Baker, who was the home plate umpire. Singleton was traded to the Astros from the Phillies in the Hunter Pence deal. Phillies always liked him. There's no question about that. And this is his first opportunity to play in the big leagues. He's not hitting for much average, but he does have 10 home runs. Two and a half years in the Phillies organization, he had 25 home runs. Former 8th round pick in 2009. Made his major league debut on the 3rd of June. 10 home runs in that period of time, not too shabby. Change up outside, 2-1. In fact, another piece to that trade, Domingo Santana is on the bench for the Astros. That one's pulled towards second base, knocked down by Utley. He has time. Two outs. Matt Dominguez is coming up. Let's check in with Murphy. He's got more on Jamie's key to tonight's ball game.
Well, I do, Tom. And, Jamie, you started off the broadcast by talking about Kyle needing to reestablish that fastball command. And really all you have to do is take a look at the numbers, and you can tell that it has been trending in the wrong directions. In May, you see opponents were batting just 197. This is right-handed batters against Kyle Kendrick's fastball. And they were chasing 28% of the time. But by June, it's up to 286, and they're chasing just 20% of the time. And then in July, 318 and down to 14% of the time, which we were talking a little bit about it before the game, Jamie, in the office, which tells you that they're waiting on good fastballs and able to put them into play rather than what they were doing earlier and chasing a lot more.
Yeah, and these numbers are based off of right-handed hitters. And my take on it is, Kyle, when he is effective, he gets ahead in the count, which is what we've seen from Roberto Hernandez's last couple outings. Kyle hasn't been that type of pitcher as of late. And that's what he has to do. He has to get ahead, then try to chase or have hitters chase the ball to the zone. And right now, he hasn't been able to do that on a consistent basis. And I think that's the biggest culprit. Why?
Well, so far so good here tonight. He has 4 ground ball outs. He has faced 6. He's retired all 6. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Ryan Howard will lead things off when we come back. Ryan Howard is due to lead things off. Oh, we mentioned it's country western night here at Citizens Bank Park, and before the game, the Kevin Mack Band entertained the crowd out at Ashburn Alley during batting practice, and some of the fans got a chance to ride along in the NASCAR simulators. Those kids were enjoying that. There's no question about that. Look at that. Look at the focus on all of those guys. So a lot of activities going on around the ballpark here tonight as part of Country Western Night here at Citizens Bank Park. Cowboy hats were distributed. I'm sure the Fanatic will have something Western style that he'll be putting together later on. Here we go. Bottom of the second. Ryan Howard will lead it off. He takes low. 1 ball and no strikes. Howard is 0 for his last 14. 1 for his last 25. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ryan Sandberg was asked before the ball game about Howard playing again, because it seemed on the last homestand that they were going to try to work him in and out of lineups, particularly against left-handers. And Rhino said, listen, sometimes when you're a left-handed hitter, and Matt's talked about this, the way to get you out of a slump is to put you up against a left-hander. Sometimes it forces you to stay in a little bit more. And that's the thought here, is to try to get him out of this 0 for 14, this 1 for the last 25. And obviously the struggles have been broader than that, but at least during this particular area. That one is served out toward left center field. It's pretty well hit. Going back on it is Marisnik. He jumps. It is gone into the flower bed. Solo home run for Ryan Howard, number 17. And that snaps an 0 for 14 stretch and gives the Phils a 1-0 lead.
Well, give Ryan Howard a lot of credit here, because previously he saw a breaking ball in that at bat and he kind of flinched on it, and now he saw actually what I thought was a better pitch, and he stayed right on it and lifted it to left center field, and it was just enough to get over the outstretched glove, the center fielder, and gives them Phillies a 1-0 lead, and I think a big boost.
Marlon Byrd follows with a bloop out toward left center, and Chris Carter makes a juggling catch. There's one away. By the way, that home run by Ryan Howard made a winner out of Hank Martin from Myerstown. Hank's just won $300. Jimmy, that's only the third home run for Ryan Howard in the last 130 at-bats.
Sometimes that home field advantage, that home cooking is just what you needed. And playing here at Citizens Bank Park, that's tailor-made for Ryan Howard to be able to drive the ball to the ballpark to left center field. And I love seeing him be able to hit the ball that way and either drive it through a gap or drive it out of the ballpark.
There's Carlos Ruiz, who takes a strike. It's 0-1.
I think this back to so many times when we were teammates, and when he was right, he would really hit the ball hard that way, and he'd hit a lot of mistakes that way, especially that were elevated away. But he was also able to hit that medium speed breaking ball, or that fastball that stayed on the plate, was able to pull it to the right center field gap.
Time is called. Keuchel continues through. Well, that's only the second home run for Howard since the 11th of July. Talked about the amount of at-bats. He's had extra base droughts. He's had home run droughts. And the dirt 1-2 to Ruiz. It also ends a scoreless streak of 22 innings for the Phils offense. They hadn't scored since the 6th inning of Friday night's game against the Nationals.
Well, I think some of it's just a flat out confidence thing. He needs to try to get some confidence, and hopefully that will start to get him in that forward direction.
Ruiz a little late, and he is the second strikeout victim of the night. Be the first to know breaking news on all your Philly teams right from your smartphone. Plus all your Philly sports news and scores when you're on the go. Download the free CSN Philly sports app today. 2 outs. Darren Ruff is going to be the hitter. By the way, we had it here. We hoped we didn't have to use it at all, as Ruff chops one to third. The record for most consecutive scoreless innings in Major League Baseball, 48 by Jamie's Cubs from 1968 and the Philadelphia A's from 1906. Ryan Howard has made sure the Phillies will be nowhere near that with a solo home run here in the second, and the Phils have a 1-0 lead. Time now for the Jeep Stump the Fans trivia question. Log on to Phillies.com, go to the fan section for all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. Jamie, the question is, who was the first player in Major League history to not ground into a double play in a 162-game season? I have to admit, I did not know this. I wouldn't even have thought to ask that question.
Wow. That happened a long time ago.
No, I would say he's a contemporary of yours.
Really?
Yeah, you played a little longer than him, but he's a contemporary.
Fast runner?
I would say yes. Yeah.
I have a thought in my head.
All right. Jake Marisnick takes a strike. It's 0-1.
Was he a left-handed hitter?
He was not.
Ooh, then that's out.
Marisnick 2 for 11 with the Astros. Takes outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Astros picked him up in a trade deadline deal with the Miami Marlins. Chopper out to short. I'll tell you what, these guys can run a little bit. He's the third guy that can, we're watching, move up the line pretty quickly.
Rather youthful, Tom.
Well, one of the things that Jeff Luhnow, their general manager, did during the offseason, even before the trade deadline, is that he acquired outfielders that can go get it. I mean, Marisnick is playing center field tonight, but they have Dexter Fowler, who's on the disabled list. George Springer can go get it. He's another one on the disabled list. So they basically have 3 center fielders that could play at one time in left, center, and right. Here's Marwin Gonzalez, who takes a pitch at the knees. It's 0-1. 269 hitter with 5 home runs, 15 runs batted in. Off the end of the bat, over the glove of Kendrick, picked up by Utley, throws low, dug out by Howard. Well, that's a fine play all the way around. They are scoring that 4-3. I don't think it hit his glove. I think it went right to Utley. I don't think Kyle hit it at all. Maybe off the edge of it.
I thought it went off the top of his thumb, but I could be wrong.
Well, normally if the pitcher gets an assist in a play like that, it has to misdirect in some way. So I guess because the pattern or the path was pretty clean up the middle, that's why they didn't include a 1 in the 4-3 putout.
Now that sinker there that Kyle just threw is that one that goes east to west. Every sinker so far tonight has been had some bottom, drop out of the bottom like that one. Yeah, I think it's right there.
Yep, you're right. Hit out of the wrist with the thumb. 1 ball, 1 strike to Keuchel.
They hurt too. When you get hit right there, there's a little padding in your glove, but if it gets you on the back of the meat of your thumb, it stings a little bit.
Almost looks like it'll pinch a little bit too. Keuchel is 0 for 1 this year. Two balls and 2 strikes. That pitch had a little cutter action to it. It wasn't a cutter, but it had a little cutter action to it.
I'm putting it down as a cutter. The last 2. Yeah, I don't think they were supposed to cut, but they did. I'm calling it like I see it tonight.
Okay. Two balls, 2 strikes to Keuchel.
Well, if you're keeping score at home, that previous play back up the middle was scored 1-4 to 3.
They have just made that adjustment. It's almost as if Utley reacted right on cue. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He's having trouble getting the pitcher here.
No, there again. There's a sinker. It looked like he tried to throw a little harder and threw through the sink. Just let the bottom drop out of it. Get on top of it. Get through it. Force him to make the mistake. He's got 2 strikes, not you.
Well, it's now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag #PhillyFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown at an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. We'll show that photo a little later on in tonight's telecast. This will be the 8th pitch of this at bat. Got him. Threw him a changeup. First strikeout for Kyle Kendrick. He's faced 9. He's retired the first 9. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd here at Citizens Bank Park with the Phillies on top 1-0. Thomas Jefferson University Hospitals. Call 1-800-JEF now for an appointment. By W.B. Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. And by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. Oh, it's a great city to be in during the summer months. That is a live shot downtown. How gorgeous everything is. Same here at the ballpark. It is good to be home. There's no question about that. Phillies up 1-0 over the Astros. Kyle Kendrick has faced 9, retired 9. Ryan Howard is the reason they're up 1-0 with his opposite field home run. He's in there. There he is. Ryan and his wife Crystal had a great event last night to raise money for some of the schools here in the Philadelphia region. Crystal, a former teacher. It's the 2nd straight year that they've had this event. They raised over $200,000 last year. Hoping to do the same thing this season. Cody Ashe will lead it off. Ashe, a .253 hitter with 7 home runs, 35 runs batted in. Cody was 5 for 11 in the series against the Nationals. That's the thing, Jamie. There were some guys that had pretty good numbers in that Washington series. Now, much of the success came in those first 2 games.
Yeah, in the last 2 games, the Phillies really couldn't string anything together. They couldn't put back, a couple hits together like they did in the first 2 games.
Well, I thought Cole Hamels' quotes after Sunday's game were right on, about Steven Strasburg and how good he was and matching him. And he was very honest with what his thoughts were with that. As Marisnick is sent back toward the track on that fly ball. Makes the catch. A lot of times, folks, pitchers don't talk about matching up against the other pitcher. Well, Cole say, listen, we're both from San Diego. I wanted to do well against him. He wanted to do well against me. all those things. It was kind of refreshing to hear what he said about that game. He allowed one unearned run in that ball game.
Yeah, they both pitched very well. I think actually Strasburg pitched better in that game than he has been pitching as of late.
Sure.
But yeah, he probably tried to step his game up, knowing he's going to face Cole, and also watching the first 3 games, they're in a race. They can't afford to lose a series or lose 2 out of 4. And they went on yesterday and lost to the Orioles. So every game is important to those guys. It is for every team, but the teams that are in a race, you cannot afford to string some losses together.
The Nationals are now 3 games up in the East. And Kendrick is down on 3 pitches. 3rd strikeout for Keuchel. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Mets lead the Nationals 2-0. Daniel Murphy, a triple and a run scored in that ball game.
And it was interesting, watching that game. They both really had control of that game in 2 different ways, I thought. Cole really didn't use his curveball as much as he has in the past. He went to his cutter and his changeup and his fastball. And Strasburg, he was a fastball, curveball, changeup guy, and really didn't use his slider or cutter that much.
So you have days like that.
Exactly. And that's recognizing what you have and utilizing what you have versus your opponent.
1 ball and 1 strike to Revere, who grounded out to shortstop. It was really a ground ball up the middle that was handled by the shortstop his first time up. So he's 0 for 1. Ben is now 7th in the National League in hitting. His average now at .301. Tulowitzki, even with the injury, still has enough plate appearances to lead the National League. Since the All-Star break, Ben is also in the top 10 in hitting. He's at number 8 with Denard Span, who we just saw leading the way with a .439 average since the All-Star break. Ben is 4th in the National League in hits during that time with 20. How about Marlon Byrd is 2nd in the National League in hits since the All-Star break with 22.
That doesn't surprise me. He's really had a nice year.
Singleton had trouble with that chopper. They would have had a tough time, I think, throwing Ben Revere out. But we'll see if that's going to be his 9th error of the year or if it's going to be a base hit for Ben Revere.
That's what speed can do to a defense right there. Force you to maybe do something you normally wouldn't be doing. You're a little uncomfortable. You have to come up. You feel like you have to come up and get that before it takes the next hop. And it short hops him right there. He's lucky it didn't hit the lip of the grass.
I think the tough part, too, and they have scored it a hit, was after he fielded it, he would have had to twist his body and flip it to Keuchel, who was truly in a foot race to the first base bag. I think Ben would have beaten Keuchel to the bag.
That's always a tough play for that first baseman pitcher. You work on it a lot in spring training. I don't care how much you work on it. When it takes place in a game, it's always a difficult play.
1 ball, 1 strike to Rollins. He struck out looking his first time up.
The thing that makes that play a little bit easier is if the first baseman gets to that ball really quick and can get you the ball well before you get to the bag. So that way you can turn around and get it and then go to the bag.
Revere with 30 stolen bases. That's 3rd in the National League. Castro's been decent throwing guys out from behind the plate. Helped out by that slide step from Keuchel. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Rollins.
So you can see he likes to utilize that slide step changeup. So it's, as a hitter, it's something you put back in your memory.
There he goes. Chopper out to short. Gonzalez has it. And he throws out Rollins. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left for the Phils. We've completed our first 3. Pretty good job by both pitchers as we go to the 4th. Green Mountain Coffee K-Cup packs keeps you running and provides fan base satisfaction. Order by 11:30 and get free same-day delivery. With who but WB Mason. Now we'll go to the 4th inning. It's 1-0. Phil's on top thanks to a home run by Ryan Howard. Jose Altuve will lead it off. And we take a look at our Mazda leaders. Speaking of Altuve, since the start of last year, he has the most hits among anybody in Major League Baseball. 6 more than Robinson Cano. He grounded up to third his first time up. He had 130 hits and 40 stolen bases before the All-Star break this year. Nobody's ever done that before. Down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. At 5'5", and in every city he goes to, people talk about his height because he stopped growing. He says when he was a teenager. At 5'5", he's the shortest player since Freddie Patek. Remember the shortstop for the Royals?
I do remember Freddie Patek.
But he has way more pop and extra base ability, I think, than Freddie Patek. He's got 32 doubles this year.
He covers the plate very well. I do remember that in facing him towards the end of my career. And he's got a pretty good eye.
He is from Maracay, Venezuela. Out towards shortstop. Rollins is there. Well, Kedrick's got the ground ball working tonight. 7 ground ball outs so far. And Robbie Grossman will be the hitter. Grossman hit one out towards shortstop his first time up. One ball, one strike now to Grossman. Ashe even with the bag at third. That one fades outside. It's 2-1. Pulled out toward right field. Bird is over, and that's the first hit of the night given up by Kendrick. So Grossman's aboard, a one-out single. And that'll bring Chris Carter to the plate. On Monday, August 18th, the Phillies will begin a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners. The Mariners are battling for a wild card spot in the American League. The series wraps up on Wednesday the 20th. It's a Citizens Bank Business Person Special and a Modell's Sporting Goods Kids Run the Bases. Tickets can be purchased for all 3 games. Don't forget the Ryan Howard Bobble figurine on the 19th. Tickets can be purchased for all 3 games by going to Phillies.com. A high fly ball to left field. I mean, that one is way up there. So high that Revere is able to come over to make the catch. Grossman draws the throw. Excellent throw by Ben Revere. I know he wasn't all that deep, but that was one of his best throws of the year, Jamie.
Yeah, it was. He had plenty of time to get to it. If you notice what he did when he got to it, he stayed behind that ball, and as he caught it, as the ball was coming down and he caught it, he allowed his momentum to come forward to catch that ball and make. Well, he was ready, and he made a very strong throw. Very impressive. In the air.
It didn't bounce once. So runner at first, and that'll bring Castro up. He flied to left his first time up. I have to say, I would think that throw, I don't want to overstate anything, but that throw is going to make Juan Samuel pretty happy. They've worked pretty hard at the mechanics of making Revere's throws better. I mean, he is what he is. He's never going to lead the league in outfield assists, but he's tried to improve. And he has spent, I think, defensively most of his time this year trying to improve his throws.
Well, a lot of that comes from arm strength. And you got to have the ability to have arm strength. And I know Scott Sheridan and his staff spent a lot of time in spring training working with him on that particular thing, arm strength. But you can gain arm strength also by throwing a lot.
0-1 pitch, way inside, 1 ball and 1 strike to Castro. Runner goes, pitch is low, dug out by Ruiz. The throw to second is in time. Very nice play by Carlos Ruiz to pick it and throw it in time to get Robbie Grossman. No runs, 1 hit, and nobody left. They are not holding the defense. Look at that pick on the backhand by Carlos Ruiz. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning with the Phils on top, 1-0. Visit your local Delaware Valley Honda dealer or shophonda.com. By Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. And by Chevrolet, visit your local dealer at chevydealer.com. Ben Revere chatting with Dominic Brown, who, by the way, Ryan Sandberg said is feeling a whole lot better. He had the infection to his tonsils, tonsillitis, and he is available to pinch hit. He could be utilizing a double switch as this game moves on. Dominic's missed the last couple of days because of that tonsillitis. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Chase Utley, Ryan Howard, Marlon Byrd. Well, Ryan Howard ended his 0 for 14 stretch with a home run his last time up. Now Chase Utley, who is 0 for his last 17, is up at the plate. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Chase's longest 0 for drought was 0 for 24 back in June of 2008. Inside, 3-0. Chopper foul past Juan Samuel. Mentioned that Keuchel is a 26-year-old. He is from Tulsa, Oklahoma, but he didn't stay in state to go to college. He went to the University of Arkansas, where he was the roommate of Drew Smiley, who's the current starting pitcher for the Tampa Bay Rays. I think Smiley's scheduled to start tonight against the Oakland A's. That one's pulled into the shift again. Big hop for Altuve, and Utley's retired for the second time by Jose Altuve, and that'll bring Ryan Howard to the plate. So Ryan Howard homered his last time up. He gave the Phils a 1-0 lead, and subtly, I guess you can't say subtly, Murph, but the big three have scratched their names to another record book here tonight.
Yeah, a little bit of history tonight for Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, and Jimmy Rollins appearing in their 887th game together as a trio. That sets a new Major League Baseball record for three guys. It used to be held by Steve Garvey, Dave Lopes, and Bill Russell, but these guys have passed them tonight. 887 games on the field together, and I didn't look it up, and maybe I will, but I bet you they won a lot more than they lost in that time period, guys.
Well, I guess you could say the same about the three from the Dodgers.
Yeah, they were pretty good too.
And they also had a third baseman by the name of Ron Cey, that if you put the whole infield together, they probably would be in that same neighborhood. But that's pretty special for an organization to have 3/5 of the infield together for that long a period of time.
Yeah, you don't see that a great deal, especially in today's game. But even back then, you know, I say back then, it wasn't that long ago, but you don't see that happen too often.
Ron Cey, by the way, started 1,459 games for the Dodgers at third base. So those four probably have the record of infielders together. You can even throw Steve Yeager in there too, although he didn't catch every day. Howard checks his swing. No appeal, no swing, says the third base umpire.
It's a breaking ball out over the plate. Ryan saw it earlier in the at bat. That one he stayed on and just stayed right through it and drove that ball over the left center field wall. This at bat, he's seen everything hard.
And he just broke his bat on a pitch inside. I know we've talked about it. Ryan Sandberg talked about it again today about Howard batting cleanup. Said he doesn't have any plans to move him out of the cleanup spot. When we say we've talked about it, we've wondered if they would think about shifting Bird up there totally and put Ryan in the 5 hole or even down in the 6 hole. Three balls, 2 strikes to Howard.
Another good at bat here. 7-pitch at bat, forcing Keuchel to throw a lot of pitches.
Tonight's game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box. And you can listen to Bill Kulick and Angel Castillo calling the game tonight. Howard pulls it into shallow right field. Altuve. They've shifted against Utley and Howard, and it's paid off in 3 of the 4 at bats. But Jamie, that was a 9-pitch at bat for Ryan Howard.
It was a good at bat. Obviously he didn't get the results he wanted to, but it's nice to see Ryan see a lot of pitches, foul off some pitches, and Keuchel continued to make pretty good pitches as they get deeper into the at bat. But a lot of times when you force a pitcher to throw that many pitches in at bat, they usually make some sort of a mistake out over the plate. Just seems like when Ryan's pulling the ball, he's not able to get any lift to the ball.
Nice play by that youngster. Good boy. No balls, 1 strike to Marlon Bird. Outside, 1-1. Is that his cutter? Or is that just a fastball?
Yep.
Look out into the Astros dugout. That ball shot over the next to the net. Over toward Miles Kennedy, Phillies team photographer. Miles just picked it up and tossed it into the crowd. There's Miles. We'll talk about talented. Fights it off, foul, out of play.
Keuchel looks like he's destined to get Bird out on a ball inside right here in this at bat.
Jamie, that was the vantage point that Miles has with his seat location there.
It's a pretty good seat.
Ball 4. Good at bat by Bird. 2-out walk. Keuchel doesn't walk a lot of guys. It's the first one tonight. So at a Major League scoreboard, the Pirates and the Marlins are tied at 1. That game's at the bottom of the 4th. Jordy Mercer A double and an RBI. Pirates are sitting in third place in the Central, only a game and a half out, but they're going to play for at least the next few days without Andrew McCutchen, their star center fielder, who was not placed on the DL today, but has an injury to his rib cage.
Oh, I thought they put him on the DL.
Yeah, the last report I saw was that they were going to hold off for a couple of days because it's not what you would term a fracture to the rib. It's a separation of the cartilage. There's a real long word for it, but they're going to wait and see for a day or so. At least that was the last story that I read about 45 minutes before game time. There's the slide step, and it's 1-2. McCutchen was hit in that general neighborhood the other day by Randall Delgado in retaliation for Paul Goldschmidt being hit the night before. As Altuve will take that one to the bag. Although the Phillies made Keuchel work, they don't have much to show for it here in the fourth. They leave one. We'll go to the fifth. Trivia quiz answer. All right, now everybody knows we have fun with these questions with Matt and Jamie and Schmitty. Jamie has been going through player after player after player, but the question was, who was the first player in ML history to not ground into a double play in a 162 game season? And your answer is, Jamie?
Craig Biggio.
But it took a while to get to that.
It took a long time to get to that one.
That was back in 1997, which I think is a remarkable feat. Castro was up when Robbie Grossman was thrown out trying to steal to end the fourth inning. He takes low, 1-0. Craig Biggio, with more than 3,000 hits, is not in the Hall of Fame. I would imagine he will be at some point. Outside, 2-0. Excuse me. That was a strike. Laz Diaz was a little late with that call. It's 1-1.
That was a very good changeup right there. Bottom dropped out of that pitch.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned before about, and Murph talked about with the graph about his right-handed averages, how it's gone up. It's concerning because lefties all year have been hitting over 300 against him. Ground ball under the glove of Kendrick, picked up by Rollins as they were playing the shift over there. 1 out. Friday, August 22nd, the Phillies will begin a 3-game weekend series against the St. Louis Cardinals. On Sunday, outstanding giveaway. It's right there. It's the ShopRite Back to School gym bag, free to fans 14 and under. For tickets for all 3 games, go to Phillies.com. Against the defending National League champions. Here's Jonathan Singleton. He grounded out his first time up. Phillies drafted Singleton out of Long Beach, California. They did expect that he would be a major league home run hitter, but when they acquired Hunter Pence, they had a void to fill out in right field. And the Astros are benefiting from that trade. 1 ball and 2 strikes, not only with Singleton, but also with Santana. And they turned Cozart around and traded him the other day to the Miami Marlins for Marisnik. 1-2 pitch. Just a bit outside, 2-2. Is there a better aggressiveness tonight, you think, from Kyle?
I do. I feel like he's made a lot more pitches down in the zone. The first hit he gave up was on a ball up, but for the most part, he's been down in the zone. And as soon as I say it, it goes 1 out.
That really was the first one that was that wild out of the strike zone.
He threw a ball to Keuchel too. That ran off the plate. First pitch that he threw to him. So there have been a couple, but I mean, as long as you don't get hurt by it, it's all right.
3-2 pitch. Fouled away. It remains 3-2. Just foul, and it remains 3-2. Well, the Powerball will go off on Wednesdays and Saturdays. $80 million is the prize. And the Mega Millions, Tuesdays and Fridays, $100 million. Probably put that to good use.
Find a way to do something with it.
Uh-huh. Swing and a miss. He got him. Strikeout number 2 for Kendrick, who's allowed only 1 hit so far. There are 2 outs here in the 5th. Probably the longest at bat that he's had tonight. Tailed right toward the outside part of the plate.
Yeah, it did, and it actually just beat him. I think he was looking soft, and he threw it right by him.
Now Dominguez is the batter. Takes a changeup upstairs. Dominguez began his professional career with the Miami Marlins, before he was picked up by the Astros. Out of Van Nuys, California, only 24 years old. He's been projected to be a power hitting cornerman, and he has 13 home runs this year. And he lines that one into left field, a base hit. Pitch was just left out over the plate just a little too much.
Backed up. It was a cutter that just stayed right in the middle of the plate. It didn't have any finish to it, or didn't have any depth to it.
That'll bring Marisnick to the plate. This is probably odd to hear, but Marisnick welcomes the trade to Houston because he didn't see a future with the Miami Marlins as an outfielder. I mean, he's just a young kid, but they have Yelich, Ozuna, and they hope Giancarlo Stanton for the long haul. So by being traded to the Astros, it kind of opened up a brand new opportunity for him. Not too many young players probably feel that way about leaving the Marlins. Over to third, big hop for Cody Asche from around the third base bag. He'll take care of Marisnick. Kendrick works around a 2-out single here in the fifth. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. We played 4.5. Kendrick has allowed just 2 hits so far. We'll go to the bottom of the fifth. Comcast Sportsnet, the Comcast Network have all the coverage for you, including Roy Halladay being honored on Friday night, his bobble figurine being given out. Of course, Charlie Manuel being inducted into the Phillies Wall of Fame on Saturday. There'll be alums that'll be popping in and out of the booth the entire weekend, including Mike Schmidt, of course, with our Sundays with Schmidt. So make sure you tune in all weekend long through Monday. Always thinking about Darren Dalton when Alumni Weekend rolls around. Darren Ruff will lead it off for the Phillies as we go to the bottom of the fifth inning against Dallas Keuchel, who has allowed 2 hits, including a home run to Ryan Howard. And that is the only scoring here this evening. No balls, 1 strike to Ruff. Now 0-2. Boy, how about this? 3 infielders on the left side against Darren Ruff. And Darren's hit by a pitch, and he's aboard to begin the 5th inning. The Astros, like a lot of teams, maybe more so than others, they rely on statistics. They rely on tendencies. They rely on the shifts. I mean, as Cody Asche comes to the plate, everybody's walking in different directions. The outfielders are moving, to play him the other way. The infielders are playing him the pull. It's actually kind of a synchronized dance going on out in the field.
Well, and yeah, I agree with you, Tom, but the way I look at all these shifts that are being utilized in baseball, it's all based on the pitcher's execution. If he does not execute the way he needs to, the shift, in my belief, is absolutely useless. You can throw it out the window. So it's all based on what one person does. And more times than not, it works because they are, doing what they need, making the pitches they need to do, executing those pitches. But when not, it makes it quite difficult. It's really hard to defend a mistake.
Up high, 2-1. You just saw Tarek Brock, who is a former outfielder, a speedy outfielder with the Tigers organization. There's Tarek. He's sort of getting the outfielders all set. Two balls, one strike to Cody Ashe. 2-2 as he waves at that cutter.
Surprised at how many cutters Keuchel throws. He seems to throw a lot of them.
That one's pulled past Singleton into right field. Ruff will stop at second. Phillies have a nice setup going here now. First and second with nobody out. And Kyle Kendrick with an opportunity to sacrifice the runners up a base. Pretty sweet swing right there by Cody Ashe.
Yeah, he saw a lot of pitches away there, and Keuchel tried to get that ball in past him and didn't get it in deep enough, and almost looked like Cody was waiting for it. Gets his foot down and hits that ball hard through the right side, just out of the reach of Singleton, and puts the Phillies in a nice situation here, I'm sure, to looking for a sacrifice bunt from Kyle Kendrick.
Now, sacrifices have been hard to come by for some of the Phillies pitchers, including Kendrick. He's only sacrificed 3 times this year, which is a little low for him. He's right on top of the plate and squares. And he takes low. 1 ball and no strikes.
Attaboy, I like that. Take some of the plate away from him.
He's sort of consuming the plate.
I like it. Get over the plate, take it away, and you know what? If he hits you, he hits you. He loads the bases.
And he bunts it in the air, and Singleton makes the catch.
Unfortunately, he jabbed at that ball. Just catch the ball with your bat. It almost looked like he went. It was a high fastball, and he kind of went to it. See, no, it was down. He just kind of jabbed at it. Instead of using his legs and go down with the ball, he dropped his hands and then jabbed at it at the last second. And when you got a first baseman charging that hard, that makes it. He's got to lay down even a more perfect bunt.
Yeah. So Kyle's retired. That'll bring Ben Revere to the play. Revere's 1 for 2. He reached on an infield hit his last time up. Takes a fastball. It's 0-1.
You know, we've seen that happen the opposite way with the Phillies, where they get into a pitcher's count and then let the pitcher bunt the ball. Here, you don't. Kyle ends up popping up. You still have the double play in order with the top of the order up.
Yeah, that couldn't have worked out better for the Astros. Revere's numbers with runners in scoring position. One ball and 1 strike to Ben.
Tell you what, if Keuchel could learn how to throw a changeup to lefties, because it looks like he's going to face a fair amount of lefties, if he could learn to utilize a changeup both in and away, I think it could be a huge weapon for him.
Off the plate, back toward the mound. Keuchel's got it. Nobody's covering second, and he's able to throw it over to first. 1-3 on the putout. I don't know if there was a miscommunication or if Gonzalez and Altuve just thought, well, he's not going to come to second base.
There you see shortstop's coming in for the ball just in case he gets by him, and I'm not sure what second baseman's doing there, and so he only had one play, is to go to first base. Always get the sure out.
Yeah, and it may have been tough to double up Ben anyway, but now 2 in scoring position for Rollins, who takes a pitch outside. It's 1-0. Now, to what you were saying too about Keuchel, he looks like he has the command to be able to utilize those pitches that you talked about, to add it to his repertoire.
I agree. You know, he pitches from the third base side of the rubber, which I don't have a problem with, because he doesn't really throw a curveball. He throws a slider and a cutter. But I really believe a changeup would be a good pitch for him. And he already throws it. If he can throw it to a righty, why can't he throw it to a lefty?
That one's up the middle, but Altuve was shaded that way, and Rollins is just thrown out at first base. Altuve, boy, if he had waited even a half a beat longer, the Phillies would have gotten a run. But instead, the putout goes 4-3. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left. We'll go to the 6th inning, still a 1-0 ball game. With consistency since the beginning of July. Ben Revere raised his batting average above 300 by the beginning of August, and his on-base percentage for the month of July finished at a solid .379. His fast feet have taken him to the 30-plus stolen base plateau for the 3rd time in his career. They've also guided him to the deepest part of the outfield, stealing runs away. And his efforts are brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Well, Ben Revere certainly has had a very nice, I guess you could say even more than a month. Certainly a nice week, a nice month, a nice 45 days or so. And he's getting a chance to play every day now. We'll go to the top of the 6th inning. Marwin Gonzalez, Dallas Keuchel, and then the top of the order against Kyle Kendrick, who's allowed just 2 hits so far. And the first pitch is inside to Gonzalez. It's 1-0. So, Jamie, if your 2 boys, your 2 older boys, came home with a stance like this, what would you say to them? Where they start their hands like this?
I wouldn't recommend it to them. But it's where they go. It kind of brings them up a little bit as the pitch is coming. But I wouldn't recommend that. Who was it? Mickey Tettleton. Didn't he have a stance like that?
He had a ton of stances, and that was one of them.
He ate Fruit Loops too, didn't he?
He did. I don't know if Marwin Gonzalez eats Fruit Loops or not. Well, he whacks that one through the hole on the right side. And it's a leadoff single. It's the first time they've had the leadoff batter aboard. All right, we talked about the shift of the Astros, and the shift helped the Astros retire Jimmy Rollins.
Yeah, here this last at bat, you'll see where Keuchel makes the pitch, and they have Jimmy kind of played up the middle with Altuve. It goes right between the legs of Keuchel, and Altuve's right there. Now, if that ball would have just deflected off his foot or glove, the Phillies would have probably gotten a run there. But again, we were talking about the shift earlier in the game, and when a pitcher makes his pitches or executes his pitches, a lot of times it works out that the hitter hits the ball into the shift. And we've seen that so much with Jimmy, Chase, and Ryan Howard.
Yeah, Altuve settled on the shortstop side of the diamond, too, to make that throw.
Yeah, he didn't have to go far because he was cheating so far up the middle. But, yeah, I mean, that's where advanced scouting comes in, and probably video as well.
Keuchel squares with a runner at first. Takes high. And he butts it foul. It's 1-2. All right, well, here's this situation that you talked about.
He threw him a first pitch fastball for a strike. He tried to throw him, it looked like a high cutter, which I wasn't understanding. It might have been a fastball, but it was a ball. Now he came back down with a changeup that he fouled off. Now he's in the driver's seat. Hopefully he throws something here that Keuchel has to chase because he has to protect. They may, well, I was going to say they may let him swing, but it doesn't look that way.
Throws him a curveball. He lays off.
Okay, here you don't have to give in and throw it right down the middle, but just throw a quality pitch that he has to work to get the bat to the ball.
Two balls, two strikes. 3-2. I'll give Keuchel credit. He's laid off these last two pitches. And now you're going to have to probably give him something.
You got to force him to put the ball in play.
And he does bunt it foul. So there will be a strikeout. The third strikeout for Kendrick. And one away. That'll bring Altuve to the plate, and he is our Geico quote of the day. I mentioned before Altuve, 5'5". He's the shortest player in the majors. Everywhere I go, I have to prove myself. I have to go a little harder than everybody else. But I really like that, because that way I feel everyone's attention is on me, so they can't watch what I was doing. I just take it like a bonus and just ask God to help me. Well, he is an exceptionally talented player. With the Astros locked up smartly with a contract extension that'll take him through the 2017 season. And if he keeps doing this and decides to go out in the open market, there's a market for him somewhere. Chopper towards short. Rollins backhands, goes to second for one, and Utley makes sure he gets the lead runner. playing first base on that throw. The fielder's choice, 2 outs.
Ball goes to Jimmy's right and quickly gets to that ball, and Chase alertly gets to the bag and makes a good decision there just to make sure you get 1 out, which is now the 2nd out of the inning. Based on getting that first out, the pitcher to bunt the ball foul, first strikeout.
Here's Robbie Grossman, who's 1 for 2. He singled his last time up.
Now here as a pitcher, here's where you got to bear down. You worked hard to get yourself into you give up a leadoff hit, get the pitcher to strike out trying to bunt, get Altuve to hit a fielder's choice. Now he's not really in any trouble here. Make your pitches down in the zone and change speeds.
Off the end of the bat, and Kendrick will take care of it. That's a pretty good curveball. He hasn't thrown many. It's the 2nd one this inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. Kendrick has thrown 6 scoreless innings, and this is called make it a pitch right here. Capitalizing on an anxious hitter to record the final out as we go to the bottom of the 6th. The annual clearance event is going on now. Toyota, let's go places. Buy McDonald's. Any size, hot or iced coffee is just $1. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And buy the Pennsylvania Lottery. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day. One nothing Phillies as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. And Chase Utley will start it off. It'll be Utley, Howard, and Marlon Byrd. Well, 2 teams who are struggling with the win-loss record this year. Astros at 47-65, 21.5 games out in the American League West. Phillies at 49-63, and 12 games back in the East. Well, they've got 2 pitchers that are squarely on top of their game tonight. As Utley takes a strike, it's 0-1. 26-year-old Dallas Keuchel out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Something to be said for a kid being a 10-game winner on a 65-loss team at this point in the season.
He's having a nice year. I mean, you look at his numbers. He's got a 2.97 ERA. He's got 136 in the 3rd innings pitched, giving up 134 hits, 33 walks, 104 strikeouts coming into this game. And the league's averaging 263 against him. And this is, again, I got to remind myself, this is not the National League.
Right.
It's the American League.
A very good American League West, where they have the team leading the way, having the highest run differential in baseball by a pretty good margin. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Chase Utley. The other thing, and I don't know how big of a deal this is, but they're winning the Texas battle too. They're ahead of the Rangers.
I noticed that this afternoon. Like I said, that's a big step. And first of all, it gives them a little bit of bragging rights. But as an organization, it's got to be a warm fuzzy, a feel good kind of a feeling to say, hey, we are making some progress here. And we did go to the American League, which is for me has always been more of a hitting league.
51 years in the National League, 8 division titles between the Central and the West, 2 wild card berths. They were the National League pennant winners in 2005. So they had a history in the National League when Jim Crane, who's here tonight, the current owner of the Astros, when he bought the Astros, they made the move. Utley pulls it foul. Remains 3-2. Last 4 seasons, it's not the prettiest for the Astros. Man, 40 games back, 42 games back, 45 games back. Yikes.
But the thing for me, it seems like they have a plan and they're following through with it. Will it be successful? That's to be determined. But I'm also a believer that if you're going to develop, then you have to have the development people in your organization. And it comes down to, first of all, you're scouting to bring in the talent. And then it's the development people to develop these kids to get them ready to play at the major league level. If they start winning some games, they can always go out and make some trades or bring in some free agents.
Utley punches it right past the shift into left field. Carter's on it quickly. And Chase ends an 0 for 18 stretch on an 8-pitch at bat. An opposite field single. The Phillies have the leadoff batter aboard for the 2nd time in a row. Well, Ryan Howard has accounted for the only run with his home run. And for that home run that everyone hit by the Phils this year, 1 tree will be planted by the Pennsylvania Horticultural Society as part of Home Runs for Trees, a partnership between the Phillies, PHS, and Aramark. Home Runs for Trees is part of a project to restore the region's tree coverage. For more information, visit Phillies.com/redgoesgreen.
Well, and if they continue to get consistent pitching like they're getting tonight, this is obviously a great sign for this organization.
Fastball in the outside corner. By the way, Jamie, that's 10 straight fastballs now since he hit the home run for Ryan Howard.
Very observant by you, Tom.
Thank you very much. Well, I remember what you'd said before.
Mm-hmm.
In his last at bat.
Well, his first at bat, he saw 1 fastball.
Chopped that one into the shift. Altuve flips underhand for 1, and they turn the double play. A 4-6-3 double play with all kinds of odd moving parts because of the shift.
Yeah, that was kind of a tailor-made double play right there. Even though the shortstop was playing on the second base side of the bag, he had plenty of time to get over to the bag to take the throw from Altuve.
Well, you talked about the ground outs. It also means he gets a lot of double play ground outs, and there you see it. He's got 11 ground ball outs tonight, just as many as Kyle Kendrick. 2 outs here in the 6th. Marlon Byrd is up. I do think it's weird to see 3 infielders on the left side when there's a right-handed batter up. It's just odd. I guess it shouldn't be that odd, though, in this day and age. Popped him up. Dominguez in foul territory, and it turns out to be an easy inning for Keuchel. After a long at-bat by Utley, 2 quick ones for Ryan Howard and Marlon Byrd, and that'll take us to the 7th. Troy, the security guard, was doing a little bit more of Carlton than he was square dancing with the Fanatic, but that's okay. It looked good. We go to the 7th inning, our local Honda dealers game summary. The Astros have not had a runner past first base tonight. Dallas Keuchel's been very good. Kyle Kendrick has been excellent for the Phils. Each pitcher with 11 ground ball outs through 6 innings. The only run, a home run by Ryan Howard, will go to the 7th. Chris Carter, Jason Castro, and Jonathan Singleton. Carter with 22 home runs this year. He hit 29 last year for the Astros. And he takes a sinker for a strike. It's 0-1. He's been DHing the majority of the season. This is only his 3rd game in the outfield this year. But interleague play, National League ballpark, he needs to play if he's going to bat.
Well, Kyle has, would you say, 11 ground ball outs tonight?
Yes. Yep.
1 is on a changeup and 1 is on a curveball that ended the last inning. The rest are all on fastballs. Keuchel's 11 ground ball outs, 10 of them are on the fastball and 1 is on the changeup. So that tells me, if I'm just looking at a box score and that's included in the box score, good movement on the sinker.
Kyle certainly has had that. Now he's behind 3-1. He's got to be careful with Carter here, because this is a big boy.
Well, and here's a situation. I know Kyle doesn't use this pitch, but if he could at some point learn this pitch as a BP fastball, be a great pitch to be able to throw in a fastball situation instead of having to nibble like that.
Yeah, and he winds up walking him to start the 7th inning. These lucky fans are tonight's Citizens 7. They were to receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Good banking is simple, clear, and personal, and that's helping you bank better. Citizens Bank, good banking is good citizenship. Well, Castro grounded into the shift his last time up. He's 0 for 2.
And notice with the Astros tonight, when they do get somebody on, they become quite aggressive early in the count. First, second pitch, they're hacking. And that's usually what you see with the younger ball club. I remember coming to the National League and facing the Marlins when they were very young. They became very aggressive, and you really didn't have to throw them a strike.
There's a changeup, and it's 0-1. I don't know if you picked up on this at the end of the last inning. Laz Diaz and Kendrick were talking, and Kyle was kind of talking about pulling his hand out of his glove and stuff like that. I was wondering if Diaz said something to him about coming to the set position when there's a runner on base, pausing for 1/1000. There's a looper out towards center field. Revere's coming in. It's going to drop in front of him. And now the Astros have runners on first and second. It's the first time tonight that one of their base runners has reached second base. And now bullpen action for the Phils. Jake Diekman is throwing. Only 83 pitches for Kendrick, but it's a light lead.
Well, if that's what the discussion was about, he does the same thing every time. So it's not like he does it sometimes, where he pauses and then comes down and sets. He does it every pitch. So to me, that's part of his delivery.
Right. Yeah, I was more assuming than anything else because Kyle was making some hand gestures and things.
I could see that being a topic of conversation.
All right, let's see if he can induce another ground ball here. He's got runners on first and second with nobody out. Singleton's 0 for 2. In the dirt, 1 ball and no strikes.
It's another real good curveball there, but that's a tough. That's almost too good to throw as a first pitch. That's a put away curveball. But I like it. I like the aggressiveness with his curveball.
That was pretty close.
It was, but again, here's another one of those situations. A BP fastball, a 2-0 count. It's a dead, it's a fastball count. You take something off of it with some movement, and you get a rollover. You get a double play.
Out towards center field. Revere's not going to get that one. He's going to cut it off. Rounding third and scoring is Carter. It'll be an RBI single. We're tied at 1, and still nobody out with runners on first and third. And for Singleton, it's his 31st RBI of the year. Well, after the walk, 2 straight hits. Looked like a sinker that was just up in the zone.
Yep, stayed up. And again, when you're a 3-pitch pitcher, you got to get real creative when you get to that third at bat. And when you get nobody out first and second, you really got to work the bottom of the zone. But again, Singleton was in a situation, it was a 2-0 count. He can kind of let it loose.
We had a great view of that ball. I mean, it was moving every which way off the bat. So McClure's done with his conversation, and they'll bring Dominguez to the plate. A runner at third. The Phillies have played the infield at double play depth, I believe. That would be the play here, being the home team in a 1-1 game, trying to get some outs here. Juan Samuel positioning the outfielders. Larry Boa positioning the infielders. Fly ball, shallow right. Here comes Bird, and he'll make the catch, and nobody will tag. Oh, that's a big pitch right there.
It was a great pitch in on the hands of Dominguez. That ball ran in on him, caught him right around the label, and just wasn't deep enough to score a run. And now here, as a pitcher, you got to bear down. Here's a time the game is on the line. You tell yourself, this is my last hitter. I'm going to make a quality pitch from first pitch through the last pitch of this at bat. But I definitely am trying to get a ground ball here, especially to start this at bat. If I get him 0-2, 1-2, yeah, maybe I go for the strikeout. But you look at numbers, you look at swings. I'm sure Kyle sees some video. You're trying to decide how you want to attack.
Well, Marisnick has grounded out twice. He takes a strike. It's 0-1.
And of course, he's trying to think, I want to lift the ball, or I'm going to drive the ball through a gap.
The other thing, too, Marisnick does have good speed. Chopper back toward the middle. Rollins will take it on a short hop, touch second base. There's a big double play. Sidage retired. The Astros do tie it up on the single by Jonathan Singleton, but Kyle Kendrick gets a pop out to right, and then a big round ball double play that Rollins is able to pick and take care of with stretch. Fifth inning, it's a 1-1 game. It's going to be great to see Charlie Manuel this weekend. I'm sure a lot of the players around the ballpark, including the guy next to me, can reflect on Charlie Manuel. He'll be honored in the Wall of Fame ceremony this Saturday before the Phillies take on the New York Mets. Come on out, let's fill the ballpark for Charlie Manuel, the all-time winningest manager in Phillies history. You can purchase tickets by going to Phillies.com. Carlos Ruiz will lead it off against Dallas Keuchel in a 1-1 game. It'll be Ruiz, Ruff, and Ashe. Giles is warming up in the pen for the Phillies. Josh Fields is warming up for the Astros. Now Tony Sipp, the lefty. Carlos lofts it out to shallow right. Boy, they were really playing him shallow in right field. One out. Darren Ruff coming up. All right, so Murph, Ruff has played first base, he's played third base, and now getting another chance to play left field tonight for the Phillies.
Yes, he is, and for Darren Ruff, that is just fine with him. You take a look at the numbers and how it breaks down. First base since 2012, 36 starts, and right field 27. Now left field now 23 starts, and Darren was talking about it today. He said he doesn't care where he is in the lineup. He just wants to be in that lineup, and you know he's looking at the last month and a half of the season as his chance to kind of showcase what he can do in hopes that he can stick in the major leagues for the long haul. It's been an up and down season for him. He said it's been a very, very difficult season for him with injuries and with the mental side of the game. So he's just kind of looking at this next couple of weeks and hoping he'll get as much playing time as he can wherever he is, and then he can make the most of it.
Yeah, and that includes third base, which Ryan Sandberg said he doesn't have any visions of him playing third base in the future, but he did handle that one play in Washington this past weekend.
Isn't that always the way? You get one inning out there, the ball's going to find you, and it certainly did for Darren, and he was able to field it cleanly while using Cody Ashe's glove because he doesn't have an infield glove of his own. But yeah, and it just goes to show you that if the manager or the coach says that they want him in the game, he'll go wherever they put him.
All right, Murph, we appreciate that. 3 balls and 1 strike to Ruff. Let's see if he can come through here in the bottom of the 7th. Fouls it away. It's 3-2. Off the end of the bat, boy, he was way out front of that. And Altuve on the infield grass puts it away. 2 outs. And to give Keuchel credit, he had him so far out front of that pitch, Jamie.
Yeah, you could see the first 2 pitches were changeups. The first one when he was out in front of, the second was a ball. But you kind of got a feeling he was going to come back to that. If this at bat went deep enough, he was going to try to get him out with that changeup. And he did. It was right down the middle, but it was really slow. And that's what effect that pitch can have on a hitter.
Ashe's 1 for 2, up for the 3rd time tonight. Off the end of the bat foul toward the Astros dugout. 0-1. There's Ken Giles loosening in the pen. Sure anxious to get back out there.
And you know these guys in the bullpen, they probably haven't been as sharp as they had been a couple weeks ago. Wanting to get back out there is something that I'm sure they're very anxious. And again, they're trying to reprove themselves each and every time out, every time they get to take the mound. So they're doing it, number one, for themselves, but they're also doing it for their team and trying to establish what type of relief pitcher they really are going to be.
Yeah, they've all struggled at some points in their career, you would think, but many of them haven't struggled on this stage.
Exactly. And there's a difference. There's a difference when there's a couple hundred people or a couple thousand people in the stands and versus several thousand people and television and internet. And it's all of a sudden you start letting your surroundings affect you instead of you affecting things.
All 3 to Ashe. It's 3-2.
And then you get caught up in it, and then it kind of just gets in the way.
You can say the same about hitters too.
Most definitely.
There's Kendrick on deck. You figure if Ashe gets on, they'll go to a pinch hitter. Off the hands, and he's on. Shallow right center field. A 2-out single. As promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. This one comes from the Ridley family as part of their tailgate. That's a good looking family. You can tweet your photo to #PhillyFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. The Phillies decide to go with the left-handed hitting Grady Sizemore for Kyle Kendrick, who was very good tonight. It was great to see. Sizemore just 4 for 17 as a pinch hitter. Not a whole lot of opportunities. That's Brent Strom, the pitching coach. Out to chat with Keuchel, who's at 110 pitches. Powell is hoping for a run here to put him on the winning side of this ball game instead of with a no decision. Catch all the second half action on MLB.tv Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit Phillies.com for details. Lefty on lefty. Phillies do have Andres Blanco that they could use. Will Nieves they could use from the right side. But they decide to go with the left-hander hitting Grady Sizemore. Fastball in there, 1 ball and 1 strike to Sizemore. Pitches by inning for Keuchel, the 4th inning. He didn't allow a run. He did walk a batter, but the Phillies made him work. One ball, 1 strike. Check swing. He went, according to Laz Diaz. I always wonder if it's better for an umpire to ask for help on some of these that were this close.
Well, they could, but I think they feel like they see it well enough that they can make that call on their own. Swing and a miss. So Sizemore is struck out. Keuchel's night may be done. He finishes in a flurry, so he and Kendrick have locked horns for 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 run.
Nissan. Get to your local Nissan store for the ride of your life and save big today. By AT&T, mobilizing your world. And by the Quality Plus Ford stores. Go further. Top of the 8th inning, it's a 1-1 ball game between the Phils and the Astros. All right, JV, it's now time for our Hyundai defensive play of the game.
Oh, here you see Chooch staying with an off-speed pitch and backhanding it and making a very good throw. Jimmy catching the ball in front of the bag and able to get to the base runner before he gets to the bag. And that would be our Hyundai defensive play of the game.
Well, in a game like this, it's so tightly contested. Every play like that is magnified. Brady Sizemore just struck out as a pinch hitter, comes on. It stays in the ball game to play left field. Now Ken Giles is on to take over for Kyle Kendrick. He'll face Marwin Gonzalez, and then it looks like Mark Krause, a pinch hitter for Keuchel, and then the top of the order. So Darren Ruff's night is complete.
Well, that was the type of game I think that we expect to see from a Kyle Kendrick performance. He had faced 25 hitters, 18 first pitch strikes, 13 ground ball outs, 4 fly ball outs, 3 strikeouts, and he had command. He had commanded the zone, and he had, I believe, he had control of the game.
I thought that was one of the big keys, is that he had control of the game, had control of the outing. I mean, he looked very good tonight. 114 pitches for Keuchel, and for Kendrick, not as many. Fastball on the outside corner at 99. I guess the day off helped Giles a little bit. Slider, 1-2.
And the nice thing to see Kyle tonight, use his breaking ball a little bit. He didn't use it a whole lot, but he used it a little bit, and he picked some really good spots to use it in.
Miles an hour, and Gonzalez just gets a piece of it. And it remains 1-2. That was, I better take a swing because I don't know if that's going to be a strike or not.
Those are 2 examples. The previous pitch was he was out in front of it, and that one, that fastball had angle to it. He was well behind that pitch. And it can't be a good feeling for a hitter to be in this type of situation.
No, not when his fastball has that little extra life on it. Back-to-back 100-mile-an-hour pitches. This crowd of 28,000 reacting each time they see it being popped up on the board. Two balls, 2 strikes. Ooh. Boy, he guessed slider and he jumped right on it. He was ahead of it. Or maybe he was guessing fastball and said, I better be ready. I mean, that's a foul ball right there.
And you just sped him up. Throw him a heater in there. Same spot.
Throws him another slider. He fouls it back. Now you can throw him a heater. Chase Utley at second base. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire, the opposition 1, 2, 3. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Kyle did that for the first 3 innings of tonight's ball game. This is what we talked about in the open, Jamie. Since the 12th of July, the bullpen ERA 6.91.
Well, and some of that's come from the walks that they're allowing. You know, they're at 3.81 walks per 9 innings. They've given up a couple home runs. And I think that what I've noticed with some of their struggles, they just don't have a put-away pitch because they're not as sharp as they had been a couple of weeks ago.
Mark Krause, the pinch hitter. He takes strike one. It's 0-1. It looks like we're going to see Tony Sipp in the bottom of the 8th inning for the Astros. A little low. 1 ball, 1 strike. There's Sipp. There's a lot of people who thought he was going to be traded before the deadline. A very good left-handed relief pitcher. Krause has been up a couple times this year with the Astros. He was on the opening day roster. He's made 40 starts this year for Houston. He has 5 home runs and 18 RBIs. 5 home runs down in the minor leagues too. Two balls, 2 strikes. And he fouls a slider off. It remains 2-2. Sandberg is trying to take game 1 of this series from Bo Porter's squad. The Astros have lost 5 straight here at Citizens Bank Park. But down in Houston, it's a little different story. It's actually quite confusing. Jamie, why is it that you Phillies struggled down in Houston?
It's a great question, Tom. I don't have an answer. And actually, there were times when Houston would come in here and play pretty well against us too.
It's true.
But yeah, I wish I had an answer.
By far the best winning percentage against the Phillies since 2004. Swing and a miss. Excellent slider. Giles wins the battle against Krause. 2 outs. We always tried to figure it out from our vantage point up here.
Now, one thing I will say after seeing that good slider right there by Giles is I think Houston really kind of got up to play against the Phillies. And when you have a good team, I mean, think about the Yankees over their history, Boston, and the teams, and the Dodgers. Teams tend to elevate themselves to try to. They feel like they have to play better against those ball clubs.
Well, the other thing too is we have to remind people, or maybe remind ourselves, 04, 05, 06, 07. I mean, there were good Astros teams. Mm-hmm. Now here at Citizens Bank Park, we mentioned they've lost 5 straight, but they're still 16-12 at Citizens Bank Park.
Yeah, I think sometimes too, when you're on a team and you're going to play an opponent, you realize that, you know what, we have their number. We have them kind of backpedaling. And all of a sudden you gain a little momentum in the game, and you just kind of take it and run with it.
1 ball, no strikes to Altuve, and he fouls it back. It's 1-1. A little high, and it's 2-1.
Looks tonight like Kenny Giles is struggling a little bit with his release point.
Does have a good slider, though.
It's filthy.
Two balls, 2 strikes to Altuve, who's 0 for 3 tonight. And he pulls that one. Whew. Started early for that 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Got him. Back-to-back strikeouts for Giles, and he makes sure this is a 1-1 game as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. He may have had trouble with his command of his fastball, but his slider was really good here in the 8th inning when he needed it to be. Top of the order is due up for the Phils against the Astros bullpen. Mets, all fans coming to the ballpark will receive the Jimmy Rollins Pride of the Phillies print. The Citizens Bank Pride of the Phillies print. You can get tickets for all 4 games against the Mets or the next 2 games against the Astros by going to Phillies.com. All right, we'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning here at Philadelphia. Game 1 against the Astros. And Tony Sipp will take over. Look what lefties are hitting, Jamie, against Tony Sipp. 107. He's only given up 18 hits in 32 2/3.
Yeah, that's an arm that's got to be tough to part ways with. You had talked about him potentially getting traded. If you're building an organization, this is a guy you want to build around in a bullpen.
He was with the Padres at the start of this year, was released from the Padres.
Wow.
And then signed by the Astros. Kenny Giles pitched a scoreless inning. So Simple faced Ben Revere to start it off. Dominguez, the third baseman, in on the grass. Singleton is up a little bit at first. In fact, the middle infielders shorten up. It's a pretty good shift on the outfield against Revere, too. And a loop out toward left center field. That'll drop in for a base hit. And Revere hit it right toward that shift, but he hit it in front of it. He's 2 for 4 tonight, and that'll bring Rollins up.
Again, Ben's got a good rhythm to his swing, and you obviously know that he's got that good rhythm just by the results of his at-bat after at-bat after at-bat. He's doing things, he's kind of hitting it where they aren't. And he, even when they tried to shift on him, it's not that he hit it through the shift. He just, when he hits the ball to that part of the ballpark, it's usually that way. And you can't come in too shallow, because if he hits the ball solid, real solid, he'll hit it over your head. And at this point in the game, of course, you got to play no doubles.
Yeah, they're in a little bit with Rollins, and Rollins hits a foul. It's 0-1. And you might be wondering, do you try to sacrifice the base runner to scoring position? Well, you do have 2 lefties up after Jimmy Rollins, so managers a lot of times think, all right, I got a righty. I'm going to see if we can let it fly here, if I can get something here. Ball, 1 strike to Rollins. 0 for 3, couple of ground outs and a strikeout. Jimmy waited, but still hits to shallow left center field. And there's 1 away. 1 out, runner at first. It's time for the Major League Notebook. Murph?
It is indeed brought to you by Gwinnett Mercy University, and Shane Victorino's season has come to an end. The Red Sox outfielder had season-ending back surgery today in Los Angeles. The recovery time is about 3 to 4 months, they're saying. He's been banged up most of the season, but this bulging disc in his back was enough for him. Had to have the surgery. He's hoping to be back in time for spring training, which he probably will be. And the Mets got some good injury news. Matt Harvey back on the mound today in Port St. Lucie. He threw 25 fastballs off the mound. First time he has done that since his surgery, and he's working his way back. Won't be back this season, guys, but hoping to be ready for spring training, and he is on track to do that as well.
Well, a couple of aces for the New York teams, getting a chance to get back on the field. And that ball goes right through the 5-hole of Castro, his 8th pass ball of the year. The other pitcher was Tanaka, who threw yesterday and may get a chance to throw in the bullpen.
Here you see the fastball here that gets away. And I mean, that just can't happen from a catching standpoint, especially at this juncture of the game when the game's 1-1. Going back, I know the feeling for Matt Harvey, going through that surgery and being out and missing a season and getting up on the mound for the first time. It's a great feeling, first and foremost. Hopefully he was feeling healthy, but to know that you've done all that work to get to that point, it really kind of, that carrot gets a little closer to you. That's dangling up in front of you.
Breaking ball, 2-0. I don't know how you don't throw 100% the first time you're out there. Because I know you're not supposed to.
Right. You're not capable of it, but just to be able to get out there, and you've been playing a lot of catch, and getting up on the mound is a huge step.
I got to believe there's some nerves involved too when you throw those first couple of pitches.
Well, there's some uncertainty.
Yeah.
In Tanaka's situation, I saw some video of that. I didn't think it looked very favorable for him.
That was just on flat ground, right?
Yes. Yeah, they showed video of him throwing in the outfield. I saw it last night on TV, and he looked really tentative. And that arm swing behind him, it looked really short. Like, I don't want to, I don't want to get some extension behind me because I'm afraid what's going to feel like out in front.
2 balls, 1 strike to Chase Utley. Go ahead runners at second base here in the 8th inning.
And I believe in Tanaka's situation, they're trying to keep him away from having Tommy John surgery.
Correct.
So, that's school's still out on that one.
Utley singled his last time up. He's 1 for 3. Three balls, 1 strike. They tighten the shift up a little bit. Dominguez is over toward the bag. He can't be where he normally is with Utley up, at least tonight, because of the base runner at second. Marwin Gonzalez is hovering around the second base bag to keep Revere close. And Altuve is shortened up at second.
Well, I believe they're going to pitch Chase really carefully here at this point with a 3-1 count.
Ball 4. Utley's aboard to put 2 on with 1 out. And Brent Strom's going to go out to talk to Tony Sipp with Ryan Howard coming up. Well, this is the only run for the Phillies tonight. He came back in the second.
Breaking ball out over the plate. Ryan Howard stayed through that one and didn't try to pull that ball. And nice lofting home run to left center field into the flower box.
Well, Ryan Sandberg said he wanted to get him in there against a lefty tonight to maybe get him going. He got going in the second. Now he's got another lefty here to try to get going here in the 8th.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how they go after him here, because the first at bat was 5 pitches. 4 of the 5 were sliders, and ever since then he has not seen anything other than a fastball.
Left side of the infield is wide open as usual for Howard. The right side is shortened up with runners on first and second. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes. See 94. That's usually, according to the scouting reports, that's usually where Sipp tops off.
Yeah, he's got a fastball anywhere from 91 to 94, and then his slider's 80 to 84. He's got a changeup, which I don't think Ryan will see.
Runners lead off. Breaking ball, that's the slider, and it's 1-1. Buckled Ryan a little bit on that.
Well, that's kind of what happened in the first inning. He saw that first breaking ball from the slider from Keuchel, and then the next one he stayed right with it and went the other way for a home run.
That one's pulled towards second, backhanded by Altuve. There's 1 and there's 2. Utley did his best to blow up Marwin Gonzalez at second, but it's a 4-6-3 double play. The Phillies leave 1 in scoring position and will go to the 9th. in Clearwater, Florida. It's Phillies Fantasy Camp. Package includes hotel accommodations. You get instruction, get a chance to practice with guys like Larry Anderson, Mickey Morandini, John Kruk, Greg Luzinski, Mike Lieberthal. Fantasy game versus the legends at Bright House Networks Field. Bright House Field, I should say. Phillies uniform and so much more. See Phillies.com or call now at 610-520-3400 for more information. Jonathan Papelbon will take over as we go to the top of the 9th inning. Trying to give the Phils a chance to win it in their half of the 9th. And he'll face Robbie Grossman, Chris Carter, Jason Castro. Those are the 3 hitters to begin the top of the 9th. The Astros closer, Chad Qualls, is loosening in the pen. First pitch is low, 1 ball and no strikes to Robbie Grossman. Grossman is 1 for 3. He's grounded out twice and singled. That was against Kyle Kendrick, who went 7 strong innings tonight. Allowed 5 hits and 1 run, 1 walk and 3 strikeouts. Up high, 2-0. One run in the last 29 innings for the Phillies offense.
We've seen spurts of this during the course of the season, especially early in the season.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it in a while, though.
Outside, 3-1. The ball just missed toward the corner. "58 games this year, the Phillies have scored 3 runs or less." There's ball 4. So Grossman's aboard to begin the 9th inning. And Chris Carter is coming up for the Astros. Carter walked his last time up. That was the only walk issued by Kendrick tonight. And he came around to score the only run for the Astros. Partly because of Carter and Springer and Singleton and Dominguez, the Astros are 3rd in the American League in home runs with 123. 1 ball and 1 strike. You realize they led the American League in home runs in the month of July?
It didn't.
Wow. Remarkable considering the pop that's in the American League. I guess when you look at their overall numbers, maybe it's not an overwhelming surprise. Foul ball. Yeah, in the month of July, the Astros hit 32, the Indians hit 31, and the Orioles hit 29. It was a down month for Toronto. The Blue Jays do lead the American League with 134 home runs. One ball and 2 strikes. Fouled another one away. It remains 1-2. Carter last year led the American League in strikeouts with 212. So he is prone to the strikeout. He has 116 this season. He's off 2-2. Just missing with some of these fastballs.
Yes, he is. And at some point, you got to come back onto the plate. Ideally, you don't want to have to do it in a 3-2 type of situation and let the umpire dictate whether it's going to be a ball or a strike.
Grossman takes his lead off first. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did, says Laz Diaz. Boy, I still think you should ask for help on those, but advantage Phillies on that one, and there's one out.
It's a good slider down and away, and Carter just can't hold on. Awfully close.
Very close. Laz Diaz rung up a Philly, and now has rung up an Astro. It'll bring Castro to the plate. 11 home runs, 43 runs batted in. Tonight he's 1 for 3. Looks like it's going to be Fields if the Astros don't take the lead in the bottom of the 9th inning. Down the left field line, slicing, out of play. And it's no balls and 1 strike. Grossman was off and running on contact. Good pitch on the inside part of the plate. In the Phillies half of the 9th inning, it'll be Marlon Byrd, Carlos Ruiz in the pitcher's spot. Phillies are open. It's still a 1-1 game at that point. Now the 0-2 pitch to Castro. Outside, 1-2. Applebaum's had good velocity this entire year. He's been able to sustain it all season long. He's had one outing where he was at 94 miles an hour, but beyond that, he's been in the 92, 93 mile an hour neighborhood for just about the entire year.
And for the most part, his location has been outstanding as well, which has allowed him to be effective.
On the outside corner, speaking of location, 2 outs. And now Singleton will come up with 2 away.
This is what we call in the baseball world as paint. Right on the corner. Maybe a hair off, but he got the call. So now Singleton, who has the RBI tonight for the Astros.
And it came in his last at bat in the 7th inning. Low, ball 1. But that split almost looked like a normal changeup there. It didn't look like a split-figured fastball.
A great movement. Kind of was like the one he threw in Washington. Pretty strikeout to end the game. Wow.
Yeah, wow is right.
Yeah. No.
Oh, Struble Cabrera.
Yeah.
Wanted 1 now to Singleton. Inside 2-1. Singleton does have pop. 10 home runs since the first week of June. Plus, he was popping the ball out of the yard down in the minor leagues, which is why he got called up. Right before he got called up, he signed a 5-year contract with 3 club options. Two and 2. Grossman still at first, taking his lead. Now he'll be off and running. Phillies outfielders are deep all the way around. Dominguez is on deck. Grossman goes. Ball 4. And that'll put runners on first and second with 2 outs for Dominguez.
Well, that's a pretty good eye by Singleton right there. He took some pretty close pitches that I don't want to say could have gone either way, but you think for a young kid, he's hacking at those.
Now you got to go get Dominguez, who has a hit tonight and 3 at bats. He's 1 for 3. Oh boy, he started him off with the slowest of slurves. 81 miles an hour. Even for Pat, that's a little light as far as the velocity goes.
But it's so enticing. It's right down the middle.
Right there. Oh, and 2.
.81-mile-an-hour breaking ball first pitch, and comes back with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball that's tailing. That's pitching.
He's got to make one more pitch here. That's Grossman at second. He's the go-ahead run. Singleton at first. He walks. 2 outs here in the 9th inning. Game 1 of a 3-game series. An interleague series between the Phils and the Astros. He didn't go fishing for that breaking ball. Got him. Threw him a split, and he couldn't hold up. A 1-2-3 ninth inning for Jonathan. Or excuse me, he struck out the side in the ninth inning. It wasn't a 1-2-3 inning. He leaves two. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth inning. It's a 1-1 game, and the Phils with a chance to win it. Down game one of this three-game series between the Phils and the Astros, only on Cure Auto Insurance presents Phillies Post-Game Live. A beautiful night here in Philadelphia. Phillies have managed 6 base hits. Jonathan Papelbon, he had to throw a lot of pitches, but he got himself through the top of the ninth inning. So now we'll go to the bottom of the ninth inning, and he's hoping that Marlon Byrd, Carlos Ruiz, and then a pinch hitter can do some damage against Josh Fields, the right-hander, 2-4 with an ERA of 4.20. Fields is a strikeout pitcher. You can see just by his numbers, but he can overpower you. 57 strikeouts with a little more than 40 innings of work. Since the 14th of May, his earned run average is .94. He'll begin against Marlon Byrd. They play him to pull in the infield, to go the other way in the outfield. He's got a little Tim Lincecum in his motion. And you see the defensive alignment. Altuve is shaded toward the middle at second base, and Singleton is way off the line at first. One ball, no strikes. When you look at strikeouts per 9 innings of work, Fields is 8th among American League relief pitchers. Two balls, no strikes to Byrd. Fastball popped him up. Castro off with the mask. Back to the screen. Hasler. Time now for our W.B. Mason deliveries of the game. This is how we got here. Back in the second, the Phillies got their only run.
Here Ryan Howard sees a breaking ball, probably the 4th one he saw in the at-bat. Lays it into the left center field for a home run. And here in the 7th inning, after a walk and a base hit, what do we got here? We got
Jonathan Singleton.
Hits a ball in the gap, and he scores the Astros' first run. And that's where we stand here going into the bottom of the 9th inning. With 1 out.
Yeah, well, 1 out. And Carlos Ruiz up. He takes a strike. It's 0-1. It'll be Dominic Brown after Ruiz. Dominic has just come out of the on-deck circle. Carlos hitless in 3 at-bats tonight. 0 for his last 10. Only 2 homers this year. And he hits that one down the right field line. Boy, they had him play perfectly. And the right fielder Grossman puts it away. 2 outs. some pretty good charts going for the Astros, don't they?
Well, and when you're playing guys like that and they're hitting it into the shift, you're saving your pitchers a lot of pitches as well.
Dominic Brown, 9 for 44 as a pinch hitter. Overall hitting .231 with 7 home runs, 50 runs batted in. He has been stalled with tonsillitis the last few days. One ball and no strikes. Up high, 2-0. Chopper right side. Altuve has to stay down on it once it hit the lip of the grass. And we're going to extra innings. Phillies are retired in order in their half of the 9th inning. So 9 innings, not going to do it. We'll go to the 10th with the Phillies and the Astros tied at 1. Game 1 of this 7-game homestand for the Phillies. You see the extra inning record. This is already the 15th extra inning game for the Phillies. The Astros 5-3 in extra inning games. As we go to the top of the 10th inning, it'll be Jake Diekman who will come out of the pen for the Phillies after Jonathan Papelbon pitched the scoreless 9th inning. The Astros, meanwhile, have Darren Downs loosening up in their pen. So Diekman 3-3, an ERA of 4.41. He will face Jake Marisnick, Marwin Gonzalez, first 2 batters. There's Darren Downs. It's funny, every time in recent years you see Downs on somebody's bullpen list, you think it's Scott Downs. Marisnick is 0 for 3. He hit into a double play his last time. So he's grounded out 3 times. All right, Jamie, so it's a test for the Phillies bullpen. You and Murph talked about the numbers. Now they've been struggling somewhat since the 12th of July. They were so good up until that point. Looks like they're going to get a chance to get some work in here tonight.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of fine-tuning themselves back to first pitch strikes. The stuff is there, trusting the stuff, being effective down in the zone, and you see what happens with guys with good stuff down in the zone.
Well, Marissa just helped out Diekman with that fly ball to shallow right. Utley will make the catch. I say helped him out because Diekman had fallen behind 2 balls and no strikes. So 1 away, and Marwin Gonzalez is coming up. Domingo Santana, the former Phil prospect, is out of the on-deck circle. Gonzalez is 1 for 3, excuse me. A couple of ground outs and a single. I think if you're a hitter and Jake Diekman comes out firing pitches out of the strike zone at 98 and 99, it's an uncomfortable feeling. But he comes back with a slider that sweeps right through the strike zone like that.
Well, there's a big difference between that fastball that he's pushing up there and that slider he gets through and buries it down and into that right-handed hitter. It's follow through, and there's 2 different, completely different follow throughs.
1 ball and 1 strike. Slider inside and low, 2-1. Just like Giles, Diekman's got a good slider going here tonight.
And that's the pitch he's been missing right there from his repertoire. He's been able to throw the slider, but it's middle in, slightly elevated, and it stays on the plate. These look like strikes, and when they're at the plate, they're non-strikes.
Fastball fouled away, 99 on that one.
And then when you come back with that pitch, you get no chance, especially if it's close to his body.
And they are late with it, boy. Oof. Down and away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. There is Santana. And a called strike 3. 99 and a fastball, little above the belt. 2 outs.
There's no way he can hit that ball, so the only thing he can do is take it
and hope
that the call goes his way. Tries to sell it.
So Domingo Santana, who's hitless in 13 major league at bats, takes outside. When the Phillies sent him to Houston in the Hunter Pence deal, he was the player to be named later. He was in Lakewood at the time, and you could tell at that point that he was going to be he had a chance to be a very good player. 14 home runs this year in the minor leagues. 1 ball and 1 strike. Signed as a free agent by the Phillies in 2009. 88 home runs at a .272 average. He's only 22 years old. Just turned 22. Today is his birthday. Swing and a miss, 1-2. One-two pitch in the dirt, 2-2. It's very hard to project in this game, but he was just a young kid in Lakewood when the Phillies when he was picked by Ed Wade off a list, and the player be named later in that trade. 3-2. That slider is in the dirt. Altuve's on deck. Outside, ball 4. That's a tough take. A 2-out walk by Domingo Santana. And now it gives Altuve a chance to bat here in the top of the 10th inning. Obviously, he's had chances in this inning where his fastball has been right there around the strike zone, and then other times he's been out of the strike zone. Just a little out of sync.
Now it's just a matter of saying, okay, let me back off just a little bit with my body aggression, and just let my arm catch up, and let me get my fingers on top of the ball and create that angle that I'm looking for to home plate.
Well, there you go. 98, 1 ball, 1 strike. Altuve was probably taking a strike.
Almost feel like a high fastball here, but between up and down for Altuve isn't a whole lot because he's so short.
Well, he's got good back control too.
He does.
I mean, that was not an easy pitch, that slider. He just got the head on it. And got a piece of it to hit it foul.
You don't realize how quickly that ball's coming up there until you get up there. It's pretty amazing how these hitters can make, you know, big adjustments rather quickly.
He broke his bat. He bloops it out to right center field. Santana could run, so he's already over to third. Altuve has a base hit, and the Astros have first and third with 2 men down. And it'll bring Robbie Grossman to the plate.
Here's a fastball, and he gets it. I don't think he gets it in quite far enough, but he gets it in, in the inner third of the plate. And Altuve, he's just strong enough to get enough of the bat to it to fight it off.
Well, now Bob McClure is going out to the mound. Any insight on what he might be talking to him about right now with runners on first and third?
Well, I got to believe a lot of it is just double checking on what he is going to do with Grossman. Again, this is a team the Phillies haven't seen a great deal. I'm sure they sat down before the game and had a pitchers-catchers meeting and went over it. But you don't want to feel like, all right, yeah, I just assume he knows what's going on and what he wants to do here. Let me go out and check, see what the plan is, how we're going to attack him first pitch. And ideally, we're trying to get ahead and, force him to put the ball in play or, get the pop-up or the strikeout here. Knowing that right here, a base hit, the game potentially is on the line.
Yeah. Well, Grossman has a base hit and a walk tonight. He's been on base twice. He takes on the inside corner, 99. It's 0-1. At this point, it really doesn't matter velocity-wise, just location-wise for Diekman. He's got enough fastball. There's no question about that.
And do you let Altuve run here? That's a possibility too.
43 stolen bases.
And my feeling is you don't, because it makes the hole. It gives you a bigger hole here between first and second base.
And you might be late with a guy like Diekman.
Correct. And the run on third's the most important one, not the runner on first.
There he goes. Pitch is in the dirt. No throw. They appeal. No swing. Well, they picked the right pitch to run. .44 stolen bases now for Altuve. Keep thinking, how is Revere third in the National League in stolen bases if Altuve has 44? That's because he's in the American League. Must be hard for their organization to remember that they're in the American League. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Grossman. Fouled it away. Phillies scored their run in the 2nd inning. And Ryan Sandberg watched the Astros score a run in the top of the 7th. And now we're in the 10th in a 1-1 game. Toyota Major League Scoreboard. It's a final in Washington. The Mets have defeated the Nationals 6-1. Well, Atlanta, of course, has taken a look at that one. They're scoreless with Seattle in the 1st. Actually, Atlanta's probably thinking, well, we're going to look at it, but we have to worry about ourselves because we've lost 6 straight. Miami, though, is now 5.5 out in the East. One ball and 2 strikes to Grossman. He fought it off, and it's a ground ball foul. This will be the 30th pitch of the at-bat of this inning, excuse me. In the air to left center field. Sizemore and Revere in the alley. It'll be Ben that makes the call, puts it away. The Astros lead 2 for the 2nd consecutive inning. Diekman works out of a jam. On to the bottom of the 10th inning. Cody Ashley will lead it off. where it's kind of quiet at this point, to Citizens Bank Park, where the Phillies are hoping it gets a little louder as we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Tied at 1 with the Houston Astros. Another lefty coming in for the Stros, Darren Downs, in his 37th ball game, 2-1 with an ERA of 4.73. He's on to face Cody Ashe, Grady Sizemore, Ben Revere. This is the last lefty in the bullpen for the Houston Astros.
And Darren Downs features a fastball 88 to 91 with a slider at 84 to 87, curveball 72 to 75, and a changeup 83 to 85. So we got a 4-pitch pitcher here, which I don't know if we'll see those 4 pitches here, especially in the first inning. It's all about him getting quick outs. But so far, their bullpen has been very impressive, meaning the Astros.
Yes, Sip and Fields have allowed a hit and a walk in 2 innings in relief of Keuchel, who went 7. Cody Ashe has 2 hits tonight against left-handed pitching. Both of those hits came against Keuchel. Single in the 5th, a single in the 7th. So he's here to start the 10th.
From the pitching aspect, I think the Astros, from what we've seen tonight, the Astros have a lot to look forward to.
They can hang on to all these guys. It's true. Ashe lifts one out toward right. It's not deep. Down the line, coming on is Grossman, and he makes the running sliding grab. 1 out here in the 10th. Kicked up some grass instead of some dirt. He came a long way.
He did. He made a nice play right there in fair territory. That's a potential double if that ball drops. And if I'm not mistaken, Tom, Nolan Ryan does some work in this organization as well.
Well, his son Reed is a big part of this organization. Correct. And Nolan has kind of crossed over from the Rangers to the Astros. 0-1 to Sizemore.
He's actually a teammate of his when I played in Texas for the Rangers in the late 80s, 89 and 90. And actually knew Reed as an American Legion baseball player. How about that one?
Was he a good American Legion baseball player?
You know, he was a good athlete. He went on to play. I think he went on to play college baseball. I do believe so.
I think he did, yeah.
He went to TCU, if I'm not mistaken.
1 ball and 1 strike to Sizemore. And Sizemore hits that one off his foot. It's 1-2.
What a great teammate Nolan Ryan was. Pleasure to play with him, but also just a special person as well. There we go. Get a Nolan Ryan fan right there.
Yeah, he wore those rainbow uniforms. Astros have a little bit of that rainbow in their batting practice jerseys on the sides. Down the right field line. Hooking. Foul. Just a bit out front.
So he keeps his hands back when he strides, and he waits for that ball to get there, and all of a sudden, pop. He gets his bat through the zone.
He has struck out twice tonight. That's 2 outs here in the 10th inning.
Not so much pop right there with that high fastball, but being able to recognize that breaking ball, unfortunately, he couldn't keep it fair. There was a fastball that was up that looks like he swung just underneath it.
Ben Revere has 2 hits tonight. His average at .304. He got to second base in the 8th inning. That's where he was stranded. Inside 1-0. Phillies were scoreless for 21 innings coming in to this ball game. And now they have 1 run in their last 30 2/3. Two balls and no strikes. Remarkable. There's some swings where it looks like he's not even going to be able to get back in the batter's box. The way that foot seems to bother him. There's other times he's limping every which way. He hits the ball and he runs like he normally runs.
I think there's some certain movements that give him a little discomfort.
It's remarkable that he's able to hit the way he's been hitting. 3 balls, 1 strike to Revere. Ben was taken all the way, it looked like 3-2. Fly ball left field. Gonzalez looks at Carter. Dominguez is there. He dropped it. It's a fair ball. Revere's still at first. With 2 outs, the Phillies have a base runner. Three hits tonight. Or excuse me, an E5. 2 hits and an error.
Yeah, it's odd. They were all kind of looking at each other, especially Carter. And Dominguez, he was going after that ball the whole time, and Marlin wasn't sure what was going to happen. And Dominguez obviously didn't get called off, so he stayed with it. And looks like he just lost it on the way down.
Yeah, Ben wasn't really running up the line. You kind of think he should be at second base on a ball like this, although you're probably playing it conservatively. It's a tough call. So he's at first with Rollins up. They try to keep him close. You just think with his speed, running hard out of the box, he should be at second base. I know he was disgusted because he didn't feel like he got the good part of the bat on the ball, but you want to get him in the scoring position. Even though Carter was there, he should have been at second. No balls and 1 strike to Rollins.
I agree with you, Tom. You can't assume anything in this game,
particularly when you're fighting for runs. In the dirt, Castro blocks it. 1 ball, 1 strike. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Braves have jumped out to a 1-0 lead over Seattle. That game's in the top of the second. Chris Johnson, an RBI single. One ball, 1 strike. Winning run is at first.
Jimmy hopefully makes him bring that ball up and drive a ball right through that right center field gap and watch Ben run a little bit.
It's now 3 balls and 1 strike. There's that gap Jamie's talking about. Look at all that landscape that's wide open.
Right through there.
He's on deck. Out towards center field. On the run back is Marisnik. He's under it, makes the catch, and the side is retired. No runs, no hits. 1 man left. There was 1 Astros error. On to the 11th inning. Still tied at 1. It's Phillies post-game live. Ricky Vitalico will break down tonight's ball game, which includes the Phils getting 1 run and a home run by Ryan Howard, but that's it. They've had 1 run in the last 31 innings offensively. It's Phillies post-game live, presented by Cure Auto Insurance. And it's coming up right after this ball game. Top of the 11th inning, Antonio Bastardo 5-4, an ERA of 4.05, 55 strikeouts in 46 2/3 innings. And he's on to face Chris Carter, Jason Castro, Jonathan Singleton, as the Phils dip into their bullpen again. Jamie, the balloon you had earlier has found its way down toward the field.
Yeah, I was looking for that.
You want it back?
Did you let it out of our office?
Well, Matt's been celebrating the last couple of days, so maybe that's the balloon to signify his celebration. Oh, Bastardo's finished up his warm-up tosses. And Chris Carter is strolling to the plate. Carter is 0 for 3. He walked in the 7th and scored a run. As Diaz doing some cleaning up around the home plate area. Phillies defense, the outfield, and is a no doubles defense all the way back from left to right. And Carter rips the first one foul. It's 0-1. And those two people behind home plate have to catch their breath a little bit. The outside corner, 0-2. 94 for Bastardo on that fastball. Every team has different names of players that are part of the trade conversation around the deadline, even now. Carter's one of those guys because for a contending team, yes, he does strike out a lot, but he does have the ability to pop the ball out of the ballpark. Just a bit high. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Last year, 29 home runs, 82 runs batted in. The year before, with Oakland, he had 16 home runs and had 39 runs batted in. Fights it off, hits it foul. It remains 2-2. This, by the way, is the 15th extra inning game for the Phils. The major league lead is 17 by the Oakland A's. Baltimore has 16 extra inning games, and Miami has 16 extra inning games. High fastball, one away. That he strikes out, or has a tendency of. That's number 117 on the year.
Here it looks like Carlos looked for a fastball down, unless that was a deke. He threw it up. Either way, it worked.
Well, Castro has a base hit tonight. He's 1 for 4. Castro was an all-star in 2013. In fact, he is the cover of the Astros media guide, signifying his 2013 all-star selection. Oh, and 2. Got him. Ruiz will flip to first. Back-to-back strikeouts for Bastardo.
Again, you can see these guys are locating their fastball, and they have the sharpness to their off-speed pitches, their sliders. They're lethal. The stuff is lethal, and you can tell by the hitter's reaction. I mean, and that was a swing right there, to a pretty good hitter. Castro's a pretty good hitter, left-handed hitter. There's a reason he's in facing a lefty, and he took all the pop or all the power out of his swing with actually both of the sliders that he swung at for strikes there.
Well, that's 8 strikeouts now for the Phillies bullpen since coming on for Kyle Kendrick. Kyle struck out 3 tonight, but 8 strikeouts for Giles, Papelbon, Diekman, and now Bastardo.
Look, for me, when they trust their stuff, they're fine. They have to understand that I can trust my stuff, whether it's 45,000 people screaming and hollering, or if there's right now there's several thousand people here. You know, either way, it's still the same game. The surroundings don't affect me.
Oh, one is a slider that sweeps into the strike zone. 0-2.
I think that's some of it for some of these young guys too. It's they haven't been around these types of crowds, especially when it's really loud. You know, all of a sudden, you know, that lifts you and it creates, you know, the adrenaline is even more. You have to learn to control that. You hear guys talk about slowing the game down. I think that's important. Is learning, you know, what situation am I in, and it's no different whether it's, like you say, 45,000 people or 10,000 people, or I'm in spring training throwing a bullpen. It's all the same.
One ball, 2 strikes to Singleton, choking up just a little bit. Fouled it away. Toyota Major League Scoreboard, the Rangers are shutting out the White Sox 15-0. I think everybody in Chicago saw that coming. White Sox are 8 games back in the American League Central. The Rangers in the basement in the West, 25.5 games back. Robinson Chirinos 2 home runs. Got it. He just struck out the side. 1, 2, 3, go the Astros. Great job by Bastardo. 9 strikeouts for the Phillies bullpen. Chase Utley, Ryan Howard, and Marlon Byrd when we come back. During the outset of tonight's telecast, they had scuffled somewhat. Not tonight. 9 strikeouts tonight, JB, for this bullpen.
Yeah, and started with Giles, who came in first, and really threw the ball well, even though he didn't have great location, but he made pitches when he needed to. And here, Jonathan Papelbon made a lot of great pitches with his off-beat stuff, and then Jake Diekman finished a couple guys with his fastball, and then Antonio Bastardo right here last inning. Great location with his slider early in the count, threw a lot of chase sliders, and then was able to elevate his fastball when he needed to and struck out the side.
All right, so 4 innings tonight, 9 strikeouts for the Phillies bullpen. And now it's up to Chase Utley in the bottom of the 11th inning in a 1-1 game. Utley tonight is 1 for 3, walked his last time up. Three infielders on the right side of the diamond. Utley takes a strike. It's 0-1. Phillies have had a base runner in the 10th inning. Also had a couple base runners in the 8th inning. 0-2 now to Utley. The Astros do have a right-hander warming up in the bullpen. It looks like it's Jose Veras who is warming up. There he is, the veteran. He may be up for Marlon Byrd, who's due up third in the inning. Utley lifts it in the air to right field. Playable for Grossman, who comes trotting in. And he makes the catch. 1 out.
Here in the second inning, Ryan Howard hits the Phillies' only run here tonight, a solo home run to give the Phillies a 1-0 lead. And that's where it stood for a while till the seventh inning, when Houston tied it up with a walk and 2 hits.
And now we're here in the 11th inning with 1 out. Ryan Howard's up again. Brent Strom is out to talk to his young left-hander, Darren Downs. Well, out at second base is Scott Barry. I don't know if everybody remembers, but Scott Barry was the third base umpire on August 24th, 2010. Well, the Phillies and the Astros locked horns for a 16-inning game. And Ryan Howard, who's up right now, was ejected from the ball game after arguing a check swing with Scott Barry. Howard threw his equipment around a little bit, and Barry, from out at third base, threw him out of the ball game. That was the game where Roy Oswalt played left field for the Phils. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. What if Scott Barry saw the schedule, saw Phillies, Astros, and went,
extra innings. I'm sure he has that memory in his head.
No balls and 1 strike to Howard. One ball, 1 strike. Howard has hit it to 2 double plays tonight. 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 8th. After Marlon Byrd, it'll be Carlos Ruiz. Got a piece of Ryan Howard, so he's aboard with 1 out. And let's see what Bo Porter does. He's moved from his seat in the dugout. He's probably going to go get the right-hander Veras. They're going to make sure that he's ready or not. Actually, Bo Porter was on the phone to make sure that ball hit Ryan Howard. So he goes out to the mound, and he's going to get the right-hander. Let's take a look at it. From our vantage point, it was pretty clear. You can see his hand move as the ball hits it. And Ryan reacted immediately. So that's it for the left-hander. So with Howard at first base, the right-hander Jose Veras is coming in a 1-1 game here at the bottom of the 11th. Down, he was hit by a pitch. So he is the winning run. Marlon Byrd is coming up, and he will face the new pitcher at right-hander Jose Veras. Veras 15th ball game, 1-0, a 3.55 ERA. Just 14 games. And Byrd is coming up.
Veras features 3 pitches: a fastball low to mid 90s, 91 to 94, a curveball 74 to 77, and a split 82 to 85. I'll tell you, I've been impressed with the Astros bullpen so far tonight.
Yeah. So Marlins 0 for 3, walked in the 4th inning. Phillies do have Andres Blanco available to pinch run for Howard. You figure they're going to use Brignac as a pinch hitter for the pitcher spot, which is after Ruiz. But they've elected to stay with Howard over at first. There's Brignac. Breaking ball low, 1 ball, no strikes. Just 1 for 10 against Jose Veras is Marlon Byrd.
Houston pitching staff has done a good job with Marlon tonight on pitching him in, not allowing him to get his arms extended, whether it's been down or up.
One ball, 1 strike. And a called strike 3. Bird's down looking, 2 outs.
Last 2 pitches, both very well located fastballs out over the plate, out on the corner. And because Marlon's been pitched in so tight tonight, I think he's starting to look for the ball.
Well, now it's left up to Carlos Ruiz with the winning run over at first base in the bottom of the 11th inning. And he hits it foul. It's 0-1. Carlos is 0 for 4 in this game. He struck out, hit it to a fielder's choice, fly to right twice. He's 0 for his last 11. Chopper to third. Dominguez will go to second base to force Howard. And we'll go to the 12th inning. So a fielder's choice for Carlos Ruiz. No runs, no hits. 1 man left. On to the 12th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. Game still tied at 1. Astros tied it up, and since that time we've had no scoring whatsoever. Neither team has really knocked the door down with any major opportunities, although the Astros did get a runner at third in the 10th inning, but that was with 2 outs. So now we go to the 12th inning. Antonio Bastardo getting set to begin his 2nd inning of relief. And he will face Matt Dominguez, Jake Marisnick, and Marwin Gonzalez. Not household names, of course, to a National League city. Antonio Bastardo in his 2nd inning of relief. He struck out the side in the 11th. 9 strikeouts for the Phillies bullpen. 12 strikeouts overall, counting the 3 from Kyle Kendrick. So the burden on the shoulders of the Phillies pen one more time to give them a chance to win it in their half of the 12th. Dominguez has singled once tonight. He's 1 for 4. The infield back, the outfield straight away. And they're deep to try to cut off a double. First pitch a little low, 1-0. It's time for somebody to manufacture a run. One ball, no strikes. Yeah, that's a good pitch, a breaking ball. It's 1-1. Some of the best life on Bastardo's fastball we've seen in a while. I don't know what it is, but he's rared back. 93, 94 with his fastball.
Well, when you get everything working right, you get over the rubber and you separate your hands and allow your arm to get up top, it's really easy to create that downward plane. And when your foot hits and you're releasing the ball, that's exactly what you're getting. These good results, just like you saw right there.
That's 4 strikeouts in a row for Bastardo. And Marisnick slowly strolling to the plate.
As I was saying, you got to allow your arm to get up to create that plane to home plate. And your foot has to, obviously your foot's down. You can't throw the ball without your foot being down. But when your foot is down and your hand is on top of the baseball, you know, it allows you to hit the location that you're looking to do. And the other side of it too is what my belief is, the backside pushes the front side out of the way. So if you get front side aggressive, then you all of a sudden you get underneath the ball and you start to push the ball. But if you let the backside, think about letting the backside push the front side out of the way, you can execute a lot easier.
Well, he does look like he's twisting a little bit and using that backside to get some more on it. It's 0-2.
And it's amazing what a day off can do as well.
To your mind and your body. Yeah. 0-2 pitch coming to Marisnick. Inside. That one whipped in a little bit too much. 1-2.
Here you see Antonio, his legs up, his hand comes out of his glove, and it creates that arm circle. His foot is down, his arm is up, head is on the plate, his eyes are on the target. I don't necessarily like that follow through around the corner, but he's got great results right now.
Another strikeout. 5 in a row for Bastardo. His career high is 6 strikeouts in 2011 against the Braves.
Again, he gets his hand up, his eyes are really focused on the target. Throws the ball right to Carlos's glove.
Marwin Gonzalez struck out his last time. He's 1 for 4. outside. Jake Buchanan is warming up in the bullpen for the Astros. Down and away, 2-1. Here's Buchanan. Petit in the on-deck circle. That's the pitcher's spot, the 9-hole. Pitcher's spot will lead off the bottom of the 12th for the Phillies. And there's ball 4. So that breaks the string of 5 straight outs recorded by Bastardo. A 2-out walk. And now Petit will come up. Petit had 10 home runs in AAA before he was called up to the big leagues. He's played in 5 games as a major leaguer. Astros picked him up during the offseason. In the dirt right past Ruiz. Up to second base will go Gonzalez. So now with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position, things get a little tighter for the Phils. A wild pitch.
Carlos thought that ball was going to pop up on him, and it didn't. It stayed down and went right between his legs.
Laz Diaz, you can hear Laz Diaz saying, "Come on, Carlos." No plate umpire trying to speed it along. Gonzalez takes his lead off second. Qualls is up for the 4th time tonight in the Astros bullpen. And that one's pulled foul. Petit is a 29-year-old veteran. He made it to the big leagues with the A's a couple times. Mentioned the Astros picked him up during this past offseason. Swing and a foul tip. Another strikeout for Bastardo. No runs, no hits. 1 man left in scoring position. 6 strikeouts for Antonio Bastardo. It's still 1-1 in the bottom of the 12th. For the Astros, 1 run on 6 base hits for the Phillies. The Phillies will go to their bench one more time just as the Astros go to their bullpen. Jake Buchanan, who's made 2 starts this year, that is in his 7th ball game overall. 1-1 with a 5.51 ERA. 16 in the 3rd innings of work. He's allowed 24 base runners. And he's going to face Brignac, who will be the pinch hitter for Bastardo. He's allowed a couple home runs. There's Reed, Brignac, Ashe, and Sizemore. 3 lefties, and the Astros do not have a lefty left in their bullpen. All right, so extra inning game number 15 goes to the 12th. We're at the bottom of the 12th. Buchanan just finished up his warm-up tosses.
Jake Buchanan is also a 4-pitch pitcher with a fastball upper 80s to 90, 87 to 90, a slider 80 to 83, a curveball 75 to 78, and a changeup 82 to 85.
I figure he's stretched out a little bit too since he's made a couple starts. They have their starting rotation was kind of up for grabs as far as the series goes. Brignac takes a strike. It's 0-1. They have announced that Brad Peacock will start tomorrow for the Astros, so they're going to have to make a corresponding move, just as the Phillies will. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. David Buchanan will start for the Phillies. David is here. Out of play, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 81-mile-an-hour changeup. Brignac does have the pop to win this one with 1 swing, but you'd love to just see him get on and see if the Phillies can get something going. Inside, 2-2. His 1 swing pop came on June 11th against the Padres. Second time he's helped the Phils walk off with a victory. The other one was an opposite field single to left. And now the 3-2 pitch to Brignac. And he pulls that one to right field, but it's right at Grossman. Hit that one off the end of the bat and 1 away. Cody Ashe will be the hitter. Cody has 2 hits tonight. He's 2 for 4.
Cody's due. He hasn't hit a home run in a while. Gonna make a call right here.
Want a line drive home run right here?
Sure.
Everybody gets a hit.
I do hope that you have a little foreshadowing in you. That would be good. Ground ball right side. Singleton has it. Sprawls, gets up, flips in time. 2 outs. How do you feel about Grady Sizemore?
Sure. Why not?
I could say, how do you feel about Ben Revere? You're going to say, sure, why not? No, you're not feeling good. All right, so Sizemore, who's 0 for 2 with a couple strikeouts. Phillies have DeFreitas warming up to the bullpen. So it looks like he'll be the next pitcher. Phillies have a couple of extra pitchers out there. Cesar Jimenez, Hector Neris, Mario Hollins. Available after DeFreitas. The 0-1 pitch to Sizemore. And he lofts that one out towards center. He'll be a base runner with 2 men down. And Ben Revere will be the hitter. Ben singled to the 3rd, singled in the 8th inning. Reached on an error down the left field line his last time up. He's been one of the hotter hitters in the National League over the last 40 days or so. Since the All-Star break, his average is now over 340 with his 2 hits tonight. 1 ball and no strikes. Phillies have not been aggressive on the base paths tonight. Part of that is because Castro is decent throwing guys out.
And their pitchers have done a pretty good job of varying their looks and slide stepping.
Yeah, the Astros felt with Keuchel that was one of the things he really improved on from 2012, 13, 14.
So with the combination of pitchers having that ability of holding runners on and a catcher that can throw the ball to second base, a lot of times it shuts down the running game.
1 ball, 1 strike to Revere.
And there haven't been a whole lot of base runners to take advantage of it either.
Yeah, 13 hits combined, 7 for the Phils, 6 for the Astros. Breaking ball, 1-2. I think that pitch Ben thought either twirled around the plate or was a little high. But I don't think he thought it was a strike. The inside of that foot.
Well, maybe not. Close.
Just a hair. Well, they have it spread out. Mentioned this before. A ball in the gap in right center field really could win it for the Phils. The pitch to Revere. He gets it fouled on the left field line. It remains 1-2. Back toward the box, fielded by Buchanan. We go to the 13th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. 1-3 on the putout, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. Well, not a whole lot of offense here tonight. Tied at 1 as we go to the 13th. Game when we're starting to double up on some of the things we've done before. Astros bullpen, 5 innings, 2 strikeouts. Phillies bullpen, 5 innings, 12 strikeouts. Jonathan Singleton accounted for the only run for the Astros in the 7th. Ryan Howard, the only run for the Phillies in the 2nd. So, on to the 13th. Justin DeFreitas, 35th ball game. 2-1 with a 2.78 earned run average. Well, they've replaced the country music with disco music, JB, as we've gotten deeper into these games. Into this game, I should say. Jose Altuve will lead it off for the Astros. Altuve swings at the first pitch. Pat Listash fielding his position cleanly.
Well, I was going to say we were in the next day, but we're not.
No, we're not yet. I looked up there before wondering if we had reached the next day.
It kind of feels like we are. Usually after 13 innings, you are in the next day.
We said the first 7 innings went by crisply. Up high, 1 ball, 1 strike. And still 37 minutes until the top of the hour.
Plenty of time.
1 ball, 1 strike to Altuve. Little low. Rollins to his left and in. Altuve hustled up the line, 1 out. It's the quickest he moved it there tonight. And that'll bring Robbie Grossman to the plate.
Tom, I'm almost thinking if a foul ball comes up in the section below us, I could run out and get a foul ball. There aren't too many people up there.
Yeah.
And there's one little guy down there. I think I'd be
he's a little quicker than you. Yeah, I would think he is. He can maneuver over the seats a little easier than you.
A little. How about a lot?
No balls and 1 strike. 28,000 plus when this game began. A lot of folks still hanging out on this summer night. 1 ball, 1 strike. Phillies have played, this is now their 15th extra inning game. On the outside corner, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I feel like I've had about a dozen of them. I know you've had them all.
Yeah, and you know some of them have been really entertaining, particularly the way we've gotten to that point. Ever since those games where Valdez went on the mound and Oswalt went and left, you always wonder in these extra inning games what craziness can happen.
Lady on the left there is making sure that her horse has been put to sleep. She thought maybe she'd be able to get home and put it to sleep.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Out towards shallow center. The wind has really picked up. Rollins able to track it easily. 2 outs.
Yes, it has, Tom.
Yeah.
Earlier, the wind was blowing straight down.
Yeah, there wasn't really any breeze at all. Sometimes that's a sign that there's a storm coming in. Chris Carter's the hitter. This is the 6th time the Phillies have played 13 innings. At least 13 innings in a ball game this year. So 15 extra inning games, at least 6 where they played 13. 1 ball, no strikes. 1 ball, 1 strike. Good slider by DeFreitas. Excellent work by the Phillies bullpen tonight. Go ahead, Jamie. I dare you.
No.
Too far away?
There's a little guy. He's halfway between me and the ball. There's no way, Tom.
You should outsmart him, outfox him.
Plus, my headphone cord isn't quite long enough.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
I don't think Jeff would appreciate if I ran down there.
It'll be out of play down the left field line. Right center field, Revere. Bird into the alleyway. A few steps from the track. Side is retired. In order. DeFreitas picks up for Bastardo. And now we go to the bottom of the 13th inning. Let's see if the Phillies offense can pick things up when we get back. Rollins, Chase Utley, Ryan Howard to the plate. We had a 1-1 ball game. Buchanan came on and pitched the 12th inning. And was able to get through the inning by allowing just 1 hit. There's DeFreitas chatting with Bob McClure. They did have Mario Hollins warming up. If we do happen to go to the 14th inning, you wonder if they would still let DeFreitas go out. So Rollins will lead it off. He's 0 for 5. Fly out to center his last 2 times up. Outside, 1-0. Shift is on for Rollins. It's interesting. 2-0. Although it makes sense, Jimmy very rarely punches the ball the other way, left-handed. 3-0. On the inside corner, 3-2. Rollins fouls it away to stay alive. Buchanan's not going to overpower you, but he's been around the strike zone. Phillies 1 run in their last 33 innings offensively. It may have been ball 4, but you can't take a chance. Laz has been good tonight behind the plate. Just don't want to leave it in his hands here in the bottom of the 13th. For the Phillies, the 6th time a game has gone 13. For the Astros, it's the first time they've gone to the 13th. High fastball, and Rollins is struck out after getting ahead 3-0. Chase knew this was gone against the Miami Marlins. That was in the 14th inning.
How nice would that be right
now? Great to see that. A sea of red around home plate. Again, the overshift on, 3 men on the right side. The shift has helped the Astros tonight. You think back to the ball that Rollins hit in the 5th inning, right-handed up the middle, that Altuve was able to flag down. The ball down the right field line that Ashe hit in the 10th inning. It was caught by Grossman, who was playing that way. I should say Ruiz. Way outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Utley. Back-to-back 3-ball 2-strike counts. Howard's on deck.
And I think a lot of times too, Tom, the combination of Chase being such a good hitter in this ballpark can force pitchers to become nibblers.
Mm-hmm. And now the 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4. The winning run is aboard. Second time tonight Utley's walked. Ryan Howard, who's hit it to 2 double plays. He also has the home run. That's the only run for the Phils. Will bat here in the 13th. For both teams, the Phillies have Andres Blanco and Will Nieves available on the bench. And then you got Hollins, Jimenez, and Neris in the bullpen. Meanwhile, for the Astros, Hose and Corcoran. Corcoran is the backup catcher. And you have 3 right-handers in the bullpen for the Astros, including their closer, Chad Qualls. So the home run came back in the 2nd. Difference between his fastball and his changeup is probably 5 or 6 miles an hour. Fastball's maybe 89. At least that's what it's been tonight, or in this inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outside, 2-1.
Looks like he's been having a lot of trouble harnessing the movement. Again, that's the difference between that east and west sinker versus the north and south sinker. It's a matter of getting your fingers on top of the ball instead of on the side of the ball.
Two balls, 2 strikes to Howard. And Ryan stays alive. He got a piece of that breaking pitch. Takes one right down the chute, and it's a called strike 3. 2 outs. Marlon Byrd is coming up. I don't know if Ryan thought that was up.
I think it was intended to be a backdoor breaking ball or slider.
Yeah, maybe he did think it was out. It wasn't up. He must have thought it was out. Meanwhile, Jason Castro, it's a long night. He thought that was out number 3. So Ryan's down on strikes. Here's Marlon Byrd. And Marlon tonight 0 for 4 with a walk. Utley at first base with 2 outs. In the dirt. Good play by Castro. 1-0. This guy just slows it down. Slow, slow, and slower. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Again, it's knowing what you have and utilizing it. Play off the hitter's ego.
Back toward the middle. Altuve will be around the second base bag. He throws to first. And the side is retired. No runs, no hits. 1 man left. Did anybody say 14 when this game began? Well, if you did, you're the winner. We go to the top of the 14th inning. It's a 1-1 game. Innings or more. It's the most in a single season since 1980. And we're going to go to the top of the 14th inning, and they're going to turn things over to Mario Hollins. So Justin DeFreitas, one very effective inning for the Phils. So Hollins will come on to face Jason Castro, the cleanup hitter for the Astros here in the 14th. It'll be Castro, Singleton, Dominguez. All right, so if you're keeping a tab on this, and I know some of you are, this is the fifth time the Phillies have gone 14 innings or more. I don't remember that ever happening before. I'm sure that somebody has those numbers when the last time that did happen. Well, this is where, you know, all hands on deck. Phillies do have arms left in the bullpen. Bo Porter has arms also, but he's got Buchanan. So Castro will lead it off here in the 14th. Phillies scored in the second. Astros scored in the 7th. 1 ball, no strikes to Castro, who was 1 for 5. Oh, right toward the shift. Ashe was played perfectly. 1 out.
As we talked earlier, you execute your pitches. Hit the ball into the shift. See a fastball here. Down. Can't get on top or can't get underneath it. You got to hit it into the ground.
All right, Ashe got to go just 1 step to his right. Now Singleton. Singleton is 1 for 4. At the knees, 0-1.
Tell you what, this bullpen has fed off of each other tonight.
Yep, I agree with that. Twelve strikeouts for the Phillies bullpen. This is the 6th man out of the pen, Mario Hollins, 7th pitcher overall. 1 ball, 1 strike to Singleton. Down the left field line, and that'll slice out of play. Singleton's RBI single in the 7th inning is what tied this up at 1. 2 outs. 13 strikeouts for the Phillies bullpen.
Breaking ball, slider that maybe didn't slide as much as it would have liked, but it backed up enough to stay over the swing.
Jamie, that's 13 strikeouts and less than 7 innings for the Phillies bullpen.
It just shows you how dominating they can be.
No balls, 1 strike to Dominguez. Out to second base. Chase Utley will gobble it up. An easy inning for Mario Hollins. 8 pitches, and that's it. 1, 2, 3 go the Astros. 1, 2, 3. We'll go to the bottom of the 14th. For the 14th inning, if you're a starting pitcher whose day is maybe 2 or 3 from now the Phillies aren't in that position now where they need a starter, nor are the Astros. But when do you start thinking, man, I may get into this ball game?
Well, after you get to through the ninth inning, I think that's when that begins.
Really?
Because you don't know. I mean, you're kind of hoping that, hey, let's finish this in 10 or 11.
Right.
And you really want to finish in regulation, but obviously that's not the case tonight. Now it's Charlie Holstaff.
Well, and for the Astros, Buchanan last pitched on the 31st of July, went 5 innings as a starter. Tonight, the Phillies have used 7 innings from Kyle Kendrick, who was very good. 5 hits, 1 run, 3 strikeouts. How about 7 innings, 13 strikeouts for the Phillies bullpen?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And they did it all with, 225 pitches? That's not too bad either. It's a lot of pitches, but it's not, ridiculous.
So Kendrick threw 90 pitches in 7 innings. The bullpen 135. Ruiz leads it off against Buchanan. Andres Blanco is in the on-deck circle. Hector Neris is warming up in the bullpen for the Phils. Carlos pops it up. Altuve, the second baseman, comes running in. And there's 1 out.
Oh, when you think about it, both staffs have thrown the ball very well tonight. And that's why we are where we are. I guess we can blame it on the pitchers, huh?
Well, ultimately, if the hitter was here, he would blame it on the pitcher.
Well, the hitter may be here, our Canadian friend. Do you think he's still here?
I think there's a good chance he's still here or in the vicinity. Blanco hitting .360. He has swung the bat well. Ball up high, 1-0. Andres Blanco and Jose Altuve are good friends. Both getting a chance to play winter ball in their native Venezuela. In fact, Altuve talked about playing winter ball with Blanco and guys like that, and said how much that prepared him to be a major league player, major league infielder. One and one to Andres Blanco. One ball, 2 strikes. Kodayashi's on deck. Chopper back toward the middle. Altuve has it. Just in time to get Blanco. Well, the first base umpire, Mark Carlson, looked like he was a little indecisive. But it looked like that was the right call. 2 outs. No discussion from the Phillies dugout. Yep, he got him. So 2 away, and Ashe's coming up. Ashe tonight is 2 for 5. Cody's got a couple singles. Popped him up down the left field line. And Dominguez makes the basket catch. Now that'll do it for the Phillies here in the 14th inning. Astros went down 1-2-3 in their half of the 14th. The same for the Phillies. So that means only one thing. We'll go to the 15th. Get somebody's major league debut, and that's exactly what's going on right now. As you see that guy warming up out on the mound, Hector Neris, in a 1-1 game, top of the 15th inning. Well, offensively, not too much going on. Second inning, Ryan Howard, Jamie, and a curveball. Seems so long ago.
Yeah, it does. Almost yesterday. He stayed with the breaking ball out over the plate, deposited in the left field, left center field. And here's a base hit to left center field with 2 guys on. And that's how the Astros tied this game at 1.
And that is it. If you want some additional analysis, don't forget, coming up after the ball game, Ricky Vitalico will break this baby down. Only on Cure Auto Insurance presents Phillies Post Game Live. Again, that's coming up. Right after this one is a final. Hector Neris making his major league debut here tonight. There is numbers with AAA Lehigh Valley. He had been pitching way better as the season went on. A young man that we saw during spring training. He gets the go-ahead from the home plate umpire, Laz Diaz. And he's about to embark on the next stage of his life. And it's ripped foul. No balls, 1 strike. '24th different pitcher or player to pitch for the Phils this season. Astros have kind of been along those same lines. Good pitch there, a breaking ball. It's 0-2. Got him. 2 wicked breaking pitches. 1 out. I want to throw that baseball out in a 1-1 game.
Oh, see a really tight slider right there. Bottom dropped out of it.
Pretty cool. Carlos Ruiz recognizing, and also that ball was in the dirt, but recognizing that was Neris' first major league strikeout, so they threw the ball out. The authenticator making sure that that baby's all authenticated for Neris. Something that he'll keep. No balls, 1 strike. Marwin Gonzalez, the batter. He shows bunt, takes outside, 1-1. Pulled foul, and it's 1-2. Phillies signed Hector Neris in April of 2010. Last year with Reading, 6-4, 4.55 ERA. He made the natural progression through the farm system. Went to Lehigh Valley this year. The 1-2 pitch. Pulled on the ground to second base. Utley is up with it. 2 outs. He is from the Dominican Republic. Well, we have reached Wednesday, Jamie. I'd like to be the first to welcome you to Wednesday.
Thank you. Feelings are mutual.
On the outside corner, there's Jake Buchanan, will bat. This is his first at-bat of the year. Fly ball, shallow center. Utley is out. Revere comes in, makes the call, puts it away. Oh, nice job by Hector Neris in his major league debut. He threw a 9-pitch, 1-2-3 inning. 14 strikeouts in 8 innings of work for the Phillies bullpen. That's big time. debut, and he just made it and did a fantastic job, just as everybody else in the Phillies bullpen has done tonight. And now as we go to the bottom of the 15th inning in a 1-1 game, Grady Sizemore will lead it off. Well, everybody always tries to change their luck. Kevin Cooney's decided to go venture out to the upper deck in section 304 in right field. Why? Well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow if he writes about it.
Because he can.
Yeah, he's just trying to change the luck. The writers have gotten a little goofy.
Maybe they threw him out of the press box.
Well, that could be.
Maybe in the first inning he said, this game's going to go extra innings.
Somebody go up and sit next to Kevin. Give him a little company. Well, here's Grady Sizemore. Maybe he wants to sit out in the spot where he thinks the ball is going to come that's going to win the game.
I like your thinking, Tom.
It'd be a heck of a shot, though, if it was way up there, huh? Sizemore, 1 for 3. He singled his last time up. He didn't start this game. Darren Ruff started in left field. 3-man overshift. Man, they're shifting on everybody. Did they shift on him earlier? I don't remember. I don't think they shifted on him.
I don't recall them shifting. No.
Now, Bo Porter. This may be because of the style of pitcher Jake Buchanan is. He's not overpowering at all. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Under the glove of Altuve into right field. And we'll see how they score that one. Ball was hit sharply. Altuve's made 6 errors on the year. Pretty sure-handed out at second base normally. Looked like he had time to make this play, though.
Yeah, it looked like he thought it was going to come up on him, and it stayed down. It's hit so hard, it didn't have a chance to come up on him.
They've scored a base hit. So for Sizemore, 2 hits tonight. And now Ben Revere. You think Revere's up there to sacrifice. He did not indicate at all with Buchanan throwing. Did he slide up a little bit?
He flinched.
You pitchers, you could pick anything up.
He flinched. And tried to play it off.
Buchanan laying down the signs. Here at the bottom of the 15th inning. Last time the Phillies played a 15-inning game, it was against the Astros back in 2010. That was that 16-inning game. Ben lays it down. It's a beauty. Dominguez gets him at first. The sacrifice is successful. The winning run is in scoring position with 1 out. Nice job by Revere.
It's a great bunt with third baseman Dominguez coming down the line, bearing down on him. Really deadened that ball very well. Watch where he hits that ball. He hits it almost off the end of the bat, and that's usually the further down you bunt the ball towards the end of the bat, the more you're able to deaden that ball, and he did a great job right there.
So now Rollins is up. Rollins tonight 0 for 6. low 1-0. By the way, tonight is the first time Houston has gone at least 15 innings since that Phillies game in 2010. The Phillies went 15 innings. Actually, they went 18 against Arizona last year in August. Sizemore leads off second. 1 ball, no strikes. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fourth inning of relief for Buchanan. The 2-1 pitch. Later on, it'll be David Buchanan who will start for the Phillies. Brad Peacock, Phillies last saw him on the Nationals, will start for the Astros. And now the 2-2 pitch to Rollins. Rounds it foul. Well, rally hats, all different kinds of rally hats, from Nieves to Hernandez. Whatever works. Two and 2. Out toward right center field. Marisnik, the center fielder, makes the catch. He's got an excellent arm, as he just showed it right there. Wow. Yeah, we didn't even need to say it. We could have just let everybody sit and watch. Rollins 0 for 7. Now Utley's coming up. Think they walk Utley here?
Well, they may give him a pitch or two if they do that. But yeah, I think there's a good chance they walk Chase right here.
Castro looks like he's setting up to potentially walk. So Ryan Howard will get another chance. His home run back in the second, the only run for the Phillies. In fact, it's the only run for the Phillies in the last 3 games. There's ball 4. Third walk of the night for Chase. Strahm out to the mound. He wants Castro to come out as well. He got Howard looking the only time he faced him tonight. So you figure he knows how to pitch him. Maybe he just needs a friendly reminder of sorts. The winning run is at second base for Ryan Howard. 3-man overship. Altuve deep at second base in shallow right.
Well, really, the way right where they have their shortstop playing, I got to believe Grady could If he wanted to, he could steal third base.
Absolutely can steal third base. Because he beat Dominguez to the bag in a foot race. Same pitch. This time Howard lays off. A little less velocity. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And obviously Chase has a huge lead at first base.
The run that matters is out at second, and Sizemore's getting a good size lead. Fouls it away, 1-2. First time the Phillies have had a runner in scoring position since the 8th inning. And now the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball pulled into shallow right field, a base hit. Sizemore's coming home. The throw to the plate is offline. The Phillies win it here in the bottom of the 15th inning. Ryan Howard, the hero in the 15th, as they pull it out 2-1. The rally has worked, and the celebration is underway. After a little more than 5 hours, the Phillies walk it off with a 2-1 victory. Howard with both RBIs. A little exhilaration as we get closer to 12:15 on Wednesday morning. Well, those shifts all day long plagued the Phillies. They've plagued Ryan Howard his entire career, but he was able to get one through it, and he's down on the field with Murph.
All right, well, let me be the first to say thank you. It's late, and your teammates thank you. It is past our bedtime. That never gets old, a walk-off like that. Take us through that at bat.
It's just been it's been a long year. It's been a few times the teams have intentionally walked Chase to try to get to me, and I just got tired of it. Had some good at bats earlier on in the game, and just wanted to really come through this last AB.
It's been often talked about. You've talked about it. Everybody's talked about it. But Ryan sticking with you and continuing to say, I want to get this guy going. That's got to mean a lot to you.
Yeah, it's it's been a work in progress. It's been a fight. It's been a grind. But I know I'm going to come out stronger for it, and just got to keep working through it.
On another note, tonight, 887th game that you've played with Chase and Jimmy on the same field. That's a new Major League record. Yeah, so your thoughts on that?
Oh, man, that's awesome. That's longevity for each and every one of us, and I think it's something special, something great and special to be a part of.
You break the record, you won't soon forget this one with the walk.
Oh, man, no, not at all.
Right, thanks for your time. Guys, back upstairs.
All right, Ryan, we appreciate that. Murph, we appreciate it. Here's the game-winning hit right here. It just got past Marwin Gonzalez into shallow right fields. And the throw offline, and Sizemore was going the entire time.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Altuve really didn't go after that ball. He just kind of watched Marwin chase that ball and dive for it, and watched the ball go by.
Howard hustled, and he knew it as soon as it got past the infielders. And then all of a sudden he realized, well, there's a throw coming. Fortunately, though, the throw was offline. Hector Neris, one of the first guys out there to congratulate Ryan Howard because he picked up his first Major League victory as Sizemore crosses the plate. And the Phillies, after 5 hours plus, can celebrate. What a job by the Phillies bullpen. 8 innings, 14 strikeouts tonight here at Citizens Bank Park. Well, it took 15 innings, but the Phillies were able to pull out the victory. They win it 2-1 over the Houston Astros. Ryan Howard back in the second gave the Phils the lead. In the 15th, he gave them the victory. We'll be back to wrap it up right after this.